hiding things, harming others, stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Riddle. This is Cloak and Dagger.
Hey everybody, how's it going? We got a weirdy bit of goodie for you this week. I don't even know what's gonna fucking happen on this show. I'm going more off the rails than I normally do. Because I got well, here, I'll tell you. I'll explain myself. What do you want from me here? This is a freestyle show. Okay, this is a beat poetry type thing. It's a living thing. You don't know what's going to happen. You water it, you feed it, you try to train it to do what you want. This show is like a woman. Okay, you got to keep showing up and being there to listen to this show and give it the validation that it craves, no matter whether it follows up on its promises or whatever. It's like a woman. You just got to be there for the show, and the show will reflect back to you what you're giving it, and you're giving us some money, folks. You're giving us a few donations. You're buying some of the good products we're advertising here, and we're feeling that, and we're like a woman responding to your efforts by putting in even less effort. We're live on zap.stream, folks, so check us out there and zap us, which is to say give us some Bitcoin in a gay way. If you're a bit less gay, send us some Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio and tell them Thane send you. Here's the teaser for this show. I don't even know what's going to fucking happen. Do I have a down-to-earth tip for this show? I don't know. If I have enough time, because here's the thing. Okay, let me explain myself. There's a lot of news that I wrote for some reason. And also I got the coolest fan mail ever that has so many links and so much stuff to unpack that I'm going to talk about it for my Building the Second Realm part of the show is just going to be answering that. And there's so much shit that I'll still be answering that fan mail next week. That's what's happening there. So will I have a down-to-earth tip where I talk about network privacy like darknets, cryptocurrency, and VPNs, even though I wrote like no notes on that? Maybe. I don't know. Let's find out together. And then I'll be answering that huge-ass fan mail. Our guest today is just Rayo2 again. Good old Rayo2. The guy who runs the PAZNIA radio network and Liberty Under Attack will be joining us in about an hour. And we'll take early call-ins. Why not? You can call in as soon as he comes on, if you dare, and you can talk to both of us, or ignore one of us and just talk the other, snub one of us. So after about 5 Eastern, 2 Pacific, go to PAZNIA.com/call and talk to Rayo2 and I. Let's get to the news. I found out that a new edition of High Security Shelter by Joel Skousen is out. You should most assuredly pick up the new edition of High Security Shelter, whether you buy it or pirate it somehow or whatever. This is likely the last edition of High Security Shelter that will come out before a nuclear war happens. And who knows, maybe it'll be the last one ever. They've done a good job making this book better, folks. They have heard your whining and groaning about how hard it is to make the top of your shelter out of cement. They have answered your whining, and they talk about making a wooden frame and filling it with sand or dirt or stone or whatever you like. And let's not forget about the good old shelter that Vonuans know so well, digging a fucking hole in the ground. They still talk about that too. How much more of a cakewalk do you want here, boss? This doesn't cost much to do, and it ain't that hard either. The likelihood of a nuclear war is looking higher than ever, and the time you have to get your ass ready for it is looking shorter than ever. So don't fucking put this off any longer. Fucking read High Security Shelter. Start building and stocking your hidden fallout shelter now. If you haven't picked a spot to do it in yet, check out Strategic Relocation, which is another book by that guy. If you want to do this old school Vonu style, like out in the woods or something, check out the old Vonu Life magazines that talk about living in a hole in the ground out in the wilderness. If you don't know which one to pick the thing that you will truly do, or that you can do the most quickly, and please get it done sooner rather than later. Let's talk about digital news. P2 Pool got some DDoS updates, so do update your installation of P2 Pool when you can. Unstoppable Swap got a big update, and it's a breaking update, so you got to update if you want to be on Unstoppable Swap. Unstoppable Swap, by the way, is for swapping between Bitcoin and Monero with atomic swaps. Wholly decentralized, very private, and as the name says, unstoppable. It's a better time than ever to get into atomic swaps with something like Unstoppable Swaps, if you haven't already. Rito Swap also got a UI overhaul, so you'll want to update Rito Swap too. Rito Swap is a decentralized thing for swapping Monero and fiat currency, if you didn't know. The BTC Pay Server Monero plugin is starting to be built. It's not out yet, but they're seeking funding. So if you want to help merchants around the world accept Monero with their own self-custody wallet, which is how cryptocurrency is supposed to work, then do think about donating to the BTC Pay Server Monero plugin project. But not until you donate to me first, boss. On second thought, forget them altogether. Give me all your money now. xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Give all your money to Thane Riddle. Forget about the BTC Pay Server Monero plugin. There is gossip that Ashigaru Whirlpool is going to end up being on Start 9, which will be very cool for anybody who has or wants a Start 9 fucking embassy or whatever they call it, and who likes Bitcoin privacy. Start 9 Labs is a cool business, so check out their stuff. And I'll let you know if I hear about Whirlpool being thrown on there. Basically, it's a way to Start 9 sells you like a little server with some OS that's already on it. So it's easy for you to install self-hosted stuff. And I think Whirlpool is going to be added there later. This is just kind of a funny little thing in the news, digital news. Ross Ulbricht has shown us all that he is still about as good with his OPSEC as he ever was. He got tens of millions of bucks worth of Bitcoin donated to him, and he can pretty much never touch it because he didn't use silent payments or anything. And he sure as fuck didn't use Monero, at least to take this donation. So everybody fucking knows that he got this donation, and everybody also knows that it came from a centralized mixer, and before that from an Alpha Bay drug dealer or something. Because Bitcoin privacy is garbage. Good one, Ross. We're happy to see that you've learned so much about operational security since the last time you got yourself thrown in prison. Maybe the next time you go to prison, they'll let you have internet access or something so you can read about all the advances in cryptocurrency privacy there have been. Also, what the hell's wrong with the donor? Why didn't they merely send it to Ross's Monero address? Who knows? Maybe it was a Fed who sent it because they want to entrap Ross. I don't know. Do you think they'd spend over $30 million on that? Maybe. They might be thinking they'll get it back later anyway after they lock him up again. So could have been a Fed. I could believe that. There's a lot of Feds on darknet markets anyway. Running darknet markets, in fact. Here's another one that's kind of funny. Intel Broker, a very big darknet market seller who sold like docs and leaks, got caught because he off-ramped money through a KYC Bitcoin exchange with his own legal identity. What a tard. Here's a crazy thought. Don't do that. Don't ever have a KYC account at all, period. Hell, don't even be on a centralized exchange at all. How about that? Swap everything for Monero or something and then find like good folks to give you cash for it. And be careful what you do with that cash too. Don't let a bunch of cash coming from out of nowhere get linked to where you live or any legal identities you have or whatever, because that might lead to an auditor asking you a few awkward things. Open Monero, which you haven't heard of, thankfully. It was a sketchy as fuck local Monero clone that a lot of people guessed was maybe not good news, was quote unquote hacked, and all the funds they were holding were stolen. But it was most likely them themselves that stole it, and they're merely saying they got hacked. kind of like an exit scam or something. Don't trust centralized exchanges, folks, especially if it's a local Monero clone just popping up out of nowhere. Nobody knows who it is. Some folks were fear-mongering about something to do with the privacy of Monero, but that's a nothing burger. All that happened is they found some little kink that needs to be worked out in FCMP, which is a feature that barely even made its way into testnet. That's why these things are done in testnet first. So in other words, nothing happened at all. And Ledger is putting out some new garbage hardware wallet thing. Ledger is dumb and gay. Somebody lied and said it's open source. It's not. Nothing Ledger has ever been open source. Fuck Ledger. Don't buy a Ledger. If you have a Ledger, stop having one. If you want a multi-currency wallet, maybe look into getting a Trezor. Trezor firmware was always open source, and they don't pull planned obsolescence bullshit either. That's another thing Ledger did, where they just stopped updating some old hardware wallet they have so they try to force you to buy a new one. Just get a Trezor. Trezors are very cool. That's it for digital news. Here's I don't know. What section of the news is this? Metal news. In metal news, in America, there's a very big new tariff on copper imports, and that made the copper price go up quite a bit. So that should lead to a rise in copper theft. So watch out for that, because a lot of things have copper in them, such as electrical wires. And, you know, if BlackRock or something is building some new houses in your town and you don't like them very much, you might want to bribe one of the Mexican construction workers or something to tell you when the electrical is getting put in and when the drywall is coming after that, because that'll be your time window. When all that fresh new copper wiring is ripe for the taking, when they just installed it, but the drywall hasn't been put in yet, so the wiring's just right there. They do put security guards there sometimes on construction projects, but it's probably not too many of them. It's likely not too hard to handle that. Oh, and maybe a rise in copper smuggling could be worthwhile too. If you're going into the U.S., maybe you can stash some copper on your rig, make a few bucks on the side. The state's little crackdowns always give the counter economy more ground, boss. So keep your eye out for new ways to do business around copper. So far, it looks, back in cow health news, so far it looks like the screwworm outbreak among cows that I brought up, I think last week, is a bit worse than they told everybody, and it's closer to America than they said. The state closed down beef imports from Mexico in America, and the outbreak is getting a little worse in Mexico. Like I said before, beef supply going down and prices going up, I would guess. It's good to get in touch with local farmers with grass-fed beef and raw milk and shit like that. Those are cool folks, and they're good to know. Blah, blah, blah. Let's talk about all the flooding. Flooding in Texas was pretty bad. And then later in the week, more floods happened elsewhere, like North Carolina, New Mexico, and stuff. And you're not out of the woods yet. More flooding may come. If you already died in these floods, sorry about that. But your death is at least something you can learn from. First of all, the southern and southeastern shore is known for its flooding, so no offense, but you should have kind of seen this coming. Your top pick is to pretty much not be there. If you don't need to live in a spot that's always hit by floods, earthquakes, volcanoes, whatever, then maybe don't. Go somewhere else. Or if you must be there, you need to have somewhere to run off to that's outside the danger zone, but not too far away. Like for the shore of Texas, that might be a spot up in the Pine Woods, northeast of Houston, or the hills northwest of Austin. For the Carolinas, it might be like the Blue Ridge Mountains. For New Mexico, the Elk Mountains. There's the Humachita Woods in Mississippi and Louisiana. These are more or less all right spots for a shelter. And at times like that, you want to get out at the earliest warning. You want to be one of the first to get out so you don't get stuck in traffic or something. If you're somewhere that's prone to shit popping off from Mother Earth, you're running away even when you're not sure if it's a big deal yet. Yes, that will lead to you running away when you don't need to sometimes, but it will also lead to you being way ahead of everybody else when it ends up being pretty bad. If you let something get so bad that everybody knows it's bad, it's too late. So you want to run and hide when everybody thinks it's no big deal and that you're a whack job. Of course, you don't want to wear it on your sleeve that you're running to your cool ass shelter all the time because you don't want others to know about your shelter. Keep that shit well stocked and well hidden, because shit like this often leads to a bunch of newly poor folks and a crunch on food and stuff like that. When something big and bad happens, you don't want there to be a bunch of folks who think you have a cool shelter full of food, and you sure as fuck don't want anybody to have any clue where it is at all. You should check out Strategic Relocation by Joel Skousen, because it does a great job of talking about this, whether you want to set up shop in a new spot or merely have somewhere nearby to bug out to. That book can help you pick a spot. Oh, yeah. And by the way, put on your tinfoil hat, because it is true that this time it seems like spooks may have helped make this flooding happen. Some weird weather modification corporation in Texas was doing cloud seeding right before this flood, even though it already looked like a storm was brewing. So yes, I think there is a good shot that they were willfully making the flood worse and or happen sooner. But they did need the storm to be brewing on its own first. They can't make the storm from nothing. But that's true. They really did. They really are using cloud busters or cloud seeding to make this happen faster or worse. But who cares? A storm is a storm either way. It can happen whether somebody's willfully making it worse or not. However, this knowledge should make you more wary of storm forecasts, namely in spots like southern Texas, where you already know weather modification like this is happening. No, nobody is going to stop them from doing this. So if there's a big-ish storm forecast there, you should know that the forecast might be downplaying the storm, and you should be more wary than you were, let's say, last year. This won't likely be the last time something like this happens. I think they might be shaping up for a flooding year or something. And even though it's out in the open that that they're making the flooding happen, it's pretty much out in the open that they're making it happen or making it worse. But they're still gonna say like, oh, it's climate change or something, because that's how it works. But also getting you to hate each other over stuff like this is part of the picture. They want some people to know about the cloud seeding, some people to say that it's crazy if you say that. They got another vaccine, aka deadly gene therapy shot for 6-month-old babies. If you didn't know already, you shouldn't let doctors do pretty much anything to your kids that they want to do, especially if your doctor's me. So business as usual there. There were more attacks on border bludgies and stuff like that this week. It seems like these were most likely done by some pinko commie retards who may have been put up to it by somebody. Maybe somebody whose name rhymes with Schmorge Schmoros. The bludgies have it coming, and so do they, so why do I care? I bring it up because they don't do things like this only for fun. It's leading somewhere. They want to turn everyday folks who have fuzzy feelings for either side against each other, for one. And they play both sides of stuff like this, so they have excuses to do stuff they wanted to do anyway. Like they might soup up the border bludgies and send in Marines yet again with the excuse that they need to help since they're under attack. And then that will be an excuse for the pinko commie tards to carry out more protests, riots, and attacks, and so on. And if they run both sides of this, then ask yourself, who is it they truly care about? Why do they truly want more military deployed, more faggot pinko insurgents deployed? It's for you, boss. It's for you. It's because they want to go against you, the kind of nigga that listens to this show and lives in America. This is why I watch this stuff and why I bring it up. America is kind of hurtling towards something that looks a bit like martial law, and they are sending Marines all over. And I think this is something you should be watching because it's about you. That's what it's really about. Here's more war stuff for you. Chinese warship, pretty much. This one makes me laugh a little. Chinese warship pretty much shot a big laser pointer at a German warship, maybe trying to blind a few folks or sensors on the German ship. And yeah, I don't know. This just makes me smile. It's like, what a funnily, like, asshole-ish little thing to do. Like shooting them with a laser, like just shooting a laser at them, like at their eyes and their sensors. Like, who's the captain of that Chinese warship? Fucking Dennis the Menace or something? Maybe next time Western warships should look out for some kind of advanced slingshot weapons test, or perhaps a cutting-edge spitball weapon of some kind. Or maybe even a drone that deploys a robot arm holding some chewing gum and rubs it into a German soldier's blonde locks so that he has to cut them off later. I guess that's a pretty good logistical attack on the ship's barber, because everyone's going to be lining up to have gum cut out of their hair. So that's going to clog up the ship's barber for weeks. Anyway, yeah, this is a likely 1/2 weapons test and 1/2 tiny escalation of tension between China and the West. But it's at least one of the funnier little stories leading up to World War III. So that's good. Taiwan is doing a very big and long military exercise right now. I think it's like one of the biggest ever. This is, of course, them flexing to China and getting ready for China. Everybody should pretty much know by now that China will invade Taiwan sooner or later. And I hope it's later, because something like that could be a clue that like a nuclear World War III is getting very close. But thankfully for now, it's merely flexing, as far as anybody knows. If anything weird happens with it, I'll let you know next week. The U.S. is gearing up to send more weapons to Ukraine and stuff. I bring this up because the U.S. has been burning through a lot of their interceptors and stuff merely by giving them away to the Ukraine and Israel. The U.S. has been giving them away faster than they make them. That's not great for the U.S. in the near future when World War III starts and the U.S. is hit by nuclear strikes. They may be low on interceptors when the time comes. But guess what? That may be what somebody wants, as in somebody with low-key power over Western politics. There have been many clues, I think, over the years that they want the U.S. to be hit hard by a nuclear strike, that they want the U.S. military to be hurt bad enough that they have an excuse to shuffle the U.S. military more openly into a global Western military. And if the EMPs fuck up the power grid, there's a big fucking food shortage and hundreds of millions of folks in the U.S. are killing each other over it. That's all for the better, because nobody will care that the U.S. government is being swallowed by an even more formal and open global government than it already was. And they think there are too many of you anyway, and most of you should die. So what do they care? This is a much likelier outcome, I think, than many folks think, and it's becoming likelier all the time. And it might be a very grave outcome indeed. Don't bury your head in the sand. I'm sure the UK and France will be hit with EMPs and nukes too, and elsewhere. Listen, boss, there's no harm in having a hidden and well-stocked fallout shelter. Okay, this isn't all Dune porn. Okay, I'm not black-pilled. I'm the guy who thinks that the state around the world will be mostly eliminated, maybe within our lifetimes. Okay, I'm one of few people saying that, so I'm not some sort of black pill retard. Okay, but at the same time, I don't pull punches when I think something bad actually is going to happen. I think this bad thing actually is going to happen. There's no harm in having a hidden, well-stocked fallout shelter. It doesn't cost much to do it. Get it done. Check out the book Strategic Relocation and High Security Shelter by Joel Skousen. There are talks of a ceasefire between the IDF and Hamas in Gaza. Blah, blah, who cares? The IDF would never abide by such a ceasefire anyway for too long. And no, the Israeli-Palestinian war will never end until one or both of them pretty much wiped out. That's what I think anyway. Fingers crossed. Maybe we can help them along someday. If you're working off the books for a big corporation in America, your brave corporate overlords have been lobbying the state to legalize you amid the American crackdowns on so-called illegal immigrants. Don't go along with that. If you find yourself stuck in the middle of the second realm and big corporations, and you're being nudged to pick a side, pick the second realm. This is something that will happen to more and more folks as the split between the so-called first and second realms gets wider and wider. Those who are firmly on one side or the other won't feel it that much. Okay, faggots who like work white collar jobs, like when cash is eliminated, they won't even notice because they're just like, I don't carry cash anyway. Those guys use their credit card everywhere already. If same thing with those of us who use cryptocurrency or gold backs or fucking silver or something, we won't feel it as much because we already weren't. You see what I'm getting at? It's the people in the middle who are really putting a lot into cash. Like when cash is eliminated, they'll feel that. The same thing goes for like something like corporate America pushing to legalize a bunch of illegal immigrants working off the books. Or there's going to be a lot of things like this. The split between the first and second realms will grow because the people in the middle are going to get forced to pick a side. You're better off if you get ahead of this trend and get deeper into the second realm now. Work, hire, and invest off the books now. Deal in cryptocurrency and gold backs now. I don't care if it's hard for you to get more into the second realm. Guess what? It's going to get harder and harder the longer you wait. Stay ahead of the game, and you'll have less hardship later. Ugh. That's the news. What do you think? Am I wasting a good amount of time? Can we play this off? I got big news for you. That's not news. It's actually an advertisement. Self-Liberation book bundle. Something big came out here on Liberty Under Attack, folks. The Self-Liberation book bundle. It has almost every book on Liberty Under Attack. That's fucking crazy, boss. It's a small library, dear listener, coming in at 27 books right now. And these aren't any old books. These are the books on your very own Liberty Under Attack, which is the best, most helpful, most down-to-earth, most fun book catalog in the world right now. I can say that for sure now that Paladin Press and Loom Panics are long gone. You can always pirate the old Paladin Press and Loom Panics books, but now you can also get the best deal ever on the cutting-edge books we have at LUA with this Self-Liberation bundle. Save big and start your Self-Liberation library today. Go to libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. That's libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle for Self-Liberation bundle. And please leave a note saying Thane sent you so you can help out good old Cloak and Dagger. Liberate me. Liberate yourself. Liberate Shane. Liberate your body parts. Liberate the critters of the earth. Liberate, libate, and librarify yourself with a big fat fucking 360 win at libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. Tell them Thane sent you if you buy that thing in the notes so they give me money. And do you want to officially join the second realm? Even though it sounds dumb, joke's on you. You can officially join the second realm and get discounts on other hustles in the Agora, more access to the PAZNIA network, an elite organization of Chads that get laid occasionally, and maybe even some free PAZNIA merch. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane to check out all the perks of becoming an honorary stakeholder and put in coupon code Thane to get $25 off. And don't forget that on the PAZNIA Radio Network, you can tune in on the first and third Mondays of every month at 7 p.m. Central. Dick Greaser takes over the Second Realm airwaves for Music Monday. He's a credentialed journalist, award-winning songwriter, and connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes. And he plays some music that's not bad. I heard one show, but yeah, it wasn't bad. And there's definitely libertarian propaganda music, which, you know, as far as propaganda music goes, it's pretty good. You know, that's saying something, because it's not easy, my friend, to make good art when you're moralizing to people, because good art is subversive. But this art cuts the balance between subversive and moralizing. So listen to Music Mondays on the first and third Mondays of every month for Dick Greaser's thing. Go to PAZNIA.com/radio to find links to stream on YouTube, Odyssey, Zap.stream, and Rumble. Okay, good. Well, maybe I'll just... Here. I'll give you a down-to-earth tip that's like 30 seconds long. How do you like that? Just so that I have one on the show. I'll talk more about like darknets, cryptocurrency, and VPNs next time. But here's something in a nutshell for you to get you started. Go to fucking the torproject.org or something and get the Tor browser and download that. And then boom, you're on Tor. Okay. And then get some cryptocurrency. Get some Monero with fucking Rito Swap, or find someone in person, like at a crypto meetup or something. And then fucking use that Monero to buy a VPN like fucking Molvad or iVPN or something like that. Boom. You got a VPN. And then you can look into other dark nets like I2P or something on your child porn adventure. Yeah, that's right. I know, because you're a libertarian, and all libertarians are pedophiles, for folks. And yeah, whatever. There's your fucking down to earth tip for today. Go fuck yourself. I have too much other stuff to talk about. Okay, we have an important fan who's who has a lot of links for us to talk about. You should be excited for this fan mail, okay? If you want to ask anything or say anything about the tips I've given on today's show or an older show, call in soon, like in a half hour or something. PAZNIA.com/call, or you can find my contact details at VonuPodcast.com/CD and send me some fan mail so that I can waste the 3 shows responding to your 36 autistic links. Ghost pads/phones. Do you want a more secure and private phone, tablet, or laptop, but you don't want to do the work yourself? Go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane. Pixel 7 privacy phones. Fucking Graphene OS, Calyx OS, ThinkPads, and tablets. They put fucking Linux on there and shit. Or Graphene or Calyx. Go to fucking libertyunderattack.com/Thane. And if you want something that's not in stock, or you have a special request or question, email Shane at libertyunderattack.com. Trust me, folks, it's not easy to neutralize the IME and flash your own firmware to a laptop, and you do want that. So get that. Get a ThinkPad or something at libertyunderattack.com/Thane. 360 win. Here's another 360 win for you. Does your body hurt anywhere? Get some Pain Liberator. 20% DMSO with a base of colloidal silver, water, magnesium, and aspirin. Great for most any kind of pain. Sprained ankle, sore back, headaches, toothache, jaw pain. DMSO and aspirin on their own are quite miraculous. When put together in Pain Liberator, it's magical because it works a lot faster. The DMSO basically injects that fucking aspirin straight into your body, makes your tissues absorb it really fast and a lot. And the magnesium is particularly good, I think, for a muscle injury or maybe a migraine or something. Go to libertyunderattack.com/PainThane. libertyunderattack.com/PainThane. Pain Liberator is a really, really good product. Okay. Now for the building the second realm part. Well, actually, what we're really doing here is answering fan mail, but it's going to be also the building the second realm part. of the show, because the second fan mail I'm going to read here is fucking, you'll see what I'm talking about. Okay, folks, get your ass ready for this one. But before that one, we have our good old pal Thought Crime Boss to warm us up. He donated to us on xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Go there and tell him Thane sent you. Send us some xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. As Thought Crime Boss keeps doing for some reason. I guess he likes the show or something. We're really glad that you're giving us money, Thought Crime Boss. Please keep doing that. And with his donation, or her donation, or its donation, this week, Thought Crime Boss says, for Thane, what's your opinion on facial recognition countermeasures? For example, have you heard of the reflectical sunglasses? And do you think they are effective? Keep up the good work. This is a good one. It's a good thing to ask. I'm glad you asked. Yeah, I have heard of reflecticals and other stuff too. Back in the day, there was, I think they're still around. There's like a hat that has an infrared light on it so that your face on a camera looks like a big glowing light. You know, just like all the other people walking around with big glowing lights for faces. It really helps you blend into a crowd. So reflecticals, last I checked, they have not all the glasses they sell on reflecticals are the same. I think there are ones that are meant to reflect infrared light back to the camera. That's called retroreflection, by the way. There are also ones that are retroreflective in the visible spectrum. And you know what a retroreflector in the visible spectrum looks like, because that's that little white strip they put on high vis vests that you wear at your fucking construction job or whatever. Or they put retroreflective materials in signs or whatever, street signs, so that at night your headlights the light will reflect from your headlight back to you, so that it looks bright. That's called retroreflection. And you can, so some, if I remember right, some reflecticals are retroreflectors in the visible spectrum and the IR spectrum, so that people can straight up see that they look fucking weird. Some are retroreflective only in the IR spectrum. And then some are neither, I think, and they only have lenses that block infrared light. So my answer for each of these things is different. When it comes to things that reflect light, that retroreflect back to the observer, or that transmit light back to the observer, why not talk also about the baseball caps with the infrared lights on them? I can't remember the name of that company who sold those. Obscuring your face in this way to a camera might be good for certain operations, but I wouldn't say that you should do that every day all the time, because that, yeah, it's true. It would make facial recognition harder. So it has that use if that's your priority, is to obscure your face, but it makes you look very unique and maybe even easier to track in some ways. Like, because I mean, how many other people are walking around with reflective shit on their faces or bright lights shooting out of their faces? It looks really weird. And like you reveal to anyone watching that footage that it's that you're doing that. So that's, to me, that's weird, unless you're doing something cool, like, I don't know, you want to rob some place or whatever. You want to deliver Girl Scout cookies. That's what I meant to say, in Minecraft. And you want to look less weird than someone in a ski mask to people just looking at you, but then maybe on the camera you want your face to be more obscured. Like, I could see that, but for everyday stuff, yeah, blocking your face to cameras is a good thing. And that can be done with some everyday stuff like baseball caps, sunglasses that are darker reflective, maybe, and maybe hoodies. Of course, if you do all three at once, I talked about this recently. You look like the Unabomber, which could make you look shady and kind of backfire. But yeah, obscuring the face that way, and you do want to obscure, in particular for facial recognition, the distance between the pupils. So obscuring your pupils and the distance between your eyes. So yeah, like if you can not just partially darken your eyes, because the facial recognition can see through that, but like totally block off your. Now, reflecticals may have some products that are good for that. The ones that are not reflective, see, I'm not like super familiar with their product line, but the reflecticals glasses that are not super reflective, that aren't reflective, but they block out infrared light. They're designed to block out your eyes. That I like better for everyday use, because that will make facial recognition much harder, but not look quite so weird, and maybe not even intentional. It might just be like, oh, weird. I guess that material they're using is blocking out the light, whatever. Like, I don't know. Someone might not think much of that if they're looking at the footage. They're just like, oh, we can't get a good. However, it's time for me to burst your bubble a little bit, because facial recognition is the tip of the fucking iceberg. Okay, the problem is way worse than that. You're not going to defeat your AI overlords by fucking with facial recognition alone, because they have other kinds of recognition that are pretty good. They've got gait recognition. That means how you fucking walk. How you walk. You could be covered head to toe, and yet how you walk is very unique and can be used to identify you with pretty good accuracy, and it can be automated with AI. That's a beaten path. Here's another one, hand recognition. If they get a shot of the back of your hand, that's pretty unique too. That can be used to fingerprint you. And of course, they have context. Like you have to live your life pretty privately to erase the context. Like, you're seen on camera close to where you live. Okay, who is you? Who knows where, quote, you live, where you work, and so on. Using public transit, simply putting yourself on camera more often is a problem. So maybe just don't go on camera so often. There's really, at the end of the day, though, the only tried and true way to put a total end to the surveillance state is to fucking kill them all. And in the meantime, to do some sabotage, right? Cut down the cameras. Cutting down speeding cameras. That's something people do just for fun now. But we need to take down more cameras, spray paint them, cut them down, and we need to do it for profit. So, for example, if we have, let's say, a decentralized insurance protocol that insures a bunch of folks in a particular neighborhood against speeding tickets, then the protocol might go, oh, hold on a second. We will have to pay out less claims if we cut down speeding cameras in the area. Maybe that'll be cheaper than paying out more claims. Let's try it out. And then that's when they send somebody from the security protocol to go cut down the speed cameras. This is what I envision. Little things like this. Let's take this fun hobby and turn it into a job. That's what I want to do. Hopefully that was a good answer for you. That's a good thing to ask about, because it's a sticky thing, facial recognition. Okay, here's the big one. Here's the one I keep talking about. This week I got some of my best fan mail ever. It's going to take me a bit to answer it because it has fucking dozens of links in it. A few of them are worth talking about. Indeed, I thought it would take so much time to answer this fan mail that on second thought, it would do a good job of filling out my Building the Second Realm talk for this week's show. So this is the Building the Second Realm talk for today, answering this fan mail. The fan mail starts like this. Fan mail. Dear Thane Riddle, as a frequent, albeit stoned, enjoyer of your and Zane's podcasts, I wanted to send you some information about a few tools you might be interested in. Okay, we're off to a good start. And then the listener who wrote this fan mail gives us dozens of fucking links to the websites for sundry decentralized networks and stuff. And he splits it up across this kind of network and that kind of network. If you want the links they sent me, check the show notes. For now, I won't read out every little URL, but I will quickly read out the name of each network. Incentivized IPFS, he only lists Crust Network. Supposedly confidential virtual machines, decentralized. Aleph Cloud, more decentralized computing in clouds. Destra Network, Stack OS, and Swarm. Hold on a second. Experiencing technical difficulties, folks. More supposedly decentralized stuff. Flux, OpenMesh Xnode, and he linked to the OpenMesh Xnode App Store. Don't ask me why. Threefold, Akash Network, Foreverland. That's the number 4. Foreverland. Stack and Discord alternative, work in progress. Something called Quiet. Decentralized GitHub, Gitopia, Radical, DRepo or Drepo, Tableland, which doesn't belong here, I think, and GitTorrent. I said Tableland doesn't belong under decentralized GitHub. I might be wrong, but I think Tableland is a decentralized database network, not a GitHub thing. So it's like SQL or something like that. And then under team collaboration, we have Acorn, Etherpad, and Pushpin. Acorn is built on Holochain, by the way, which I love Holochain, so we'll have to talk about that at some point. Have to talk about Acorn. And under Autism Messengers, that's right, folks, Autism Messengers, we have RetroShare, Delta Chat, Talks, and Pollen. And yeah, trust me, folks, those are Autism Messengers. Only autistic people use RetroShare, Delta Chat, Talks, and Pollen is so unheard of. Even autistic people don't know what it is. Other stuff that might be useful, Town Forage, Valoran. Those two are video games, and they look neat. The third link under other stuff that might be useful is something that I don't want to read out loud because it's a Russian Wikipedia article, and the title is in Cyrillic, so it's too hard to read the URL. But this article is about something very, very big in the world of privacy and security that a lot of folks don't know about. So you should go to the show notes and click on that link yourself. It's the third link under other stuff that might be useful, that Russian Wikipedia link. You most assuredly want to check that out yourself and translate the page into another language if you need to. Read it for yourself, folks, and I think you'll see why I think it's such a big deal. And then we've got some wikis. Propolis Wiki, Infogalactic, Wikifreedia, and IQ.wiki. Last but not least at all, sites for finding stuff. I'm not going to read out all the shit under sites for finding stuff because there are too many, and because they truly are merely sites for finding stuff, such as the other stuff linked to in this fan mail. These are mostly websites that rattle off or let you search through lots of links to websites for decentralized applications and stuff. So if you want these sites for finding stuff links, merely check the show notes because I ain't reading that shit. The listener then ends this fan mail as follows. I assume Cordal, ZeroNet, Freenet, and Urbit are already known, so no links for that. I wanted to also thank you and your team for the work you do. Especially your approach to LARPing in Minecraft has my little Hebrew fingers jiggling with joy. Sorry for my bad grammar, but since an accident with a 3D printed toy, I am paraplegic, so I have to type this by licking a little sensor. Also, please forgive me my greed, but I was not able to donate anything yet. I had expenses for the disposal of a body, which is costly, as you know. Please tell Zane a big thank you from me. Without him, we all would be eating stinky starfish right now. Thank you for your work, gentlemen and females. Yours sincerely, Sama Hidani Bugdadi, 16 Ramalingapuram Street, Andhra Pradesh 524001, ashwagandha. That's some of my best fan mail yet. Thank you very much, Sama. My heart truly goes out to you. And of course, I won't ask for a donation from a poor paraplegic boy from a third world country. Like the great and storied land of ashwagandha. Psych! Wrong! You think I give a shit if you're poor? Cough up the dough. I need it more than you. Oh, boo-hoo, I only get paid $1 a day. Guess what? I want AIDS orphans in Africa to give me a fucking $1 a day. How about that? It's only the price of a cup of coffee. Fucking Christians. Anyway, let me talk about some of the things you link to. I think I can safely go over time since it's just fucking Rayo 2 who's going to talk to me anyway. And we'll take call in soon. I'll only be able to talk about some of the things you link to, and I'll get back to this next week and keep responding to your fan mail for at least one more show. Jesus Christ. All right. Under incentivized IPFS, we only have Crust network. Well, Crust is a lot like Filecoin in that it is a layer 1 blockchain network that's for tokenizing data storage on IPFS. How is Crust not like Filecoin? Well, if I understand everything rightly, I think Crust is better than Filecoin when it comes to file withdrawal, like incentivizing nodes to get files that users want to download. But Filecoin is better than Crust when it comes to file redundancy and keeping files up on the network. At least I think that's what's going on here. And I think it's likely neither of them are as good as like Arweave or something. But truthfully, it's been a while since I read about this shit. And of course, you know me. I'm back in the dark horse in this race when it comes to tokenized distributed data storage. I think the best one is Autonomy Network, which was once called Safe Network. Autonomy, that's with an I at the end. Like it's like the word autonomy, but with a fucking I at the end, I have to say every time. Autonomy has no blockchain. It makes a pretty big deal out of privacy and encryption. Its design is overall fucking ingenious. At MadeSafe, which is the guys who made Autonomy, they have a very wise and insightful outlook on decentralized networks. And that's why they're doing things the right way, the way most others can't see. They understand that complex systems come from simple things, simple rules, simple creatures like ants or single cell life forms or whatever, fungus, grow and cooperate in huge complex ways that no one can fathom, no central planner could accomplish. And it's the same way free markets work. And they understand that, and they're trying to make technology that works that way, which is exactly how I see things. You should all check out Autonomy and the dApps being built on that for sure. That's my favorite distributed data store, tokenized, whatever. Under supposedly confidential virtual machines decentralized, Sama only links us to Aleph Cloud. Now, Aleph Cloud claims to offer you storage, a virtual machine where you can run a virtual private server, or a GPU cloud where you can buy time to run shit on graphics cards. And these days, that'll make a lot of folks think of AI, though GPUs can do all kinds of things. So let's take a closer look at this. Right off the bat, they have a sales department you can talk to for enterprise stuff, which makes it sound like something here is centralized. But all right, where's the goddamn white paper? Okay, they're making it hard to find the white paper, so that's strike 2. Let's look a little harder. Okay, we're finding pages full of dumb fucking buzzwords that say pretty much nothing. Let's keep looking. Use Aleph on our SaaS. All right, there's another big dog whistle about something being centralized. Their website is faggy and makes it hard to understand anything. So Aleph Cloud already pissed me off there by wasting my time. I had to go to a search engine to find their white paper, which isn't even on their website. All right, so it seems that Aleph is calling itself a cross-blockchain layer 2 network, so it wants to help with interoperability between networks. This is something I think is needed, but it's not the first time I've heard that. There was an older network I forgot the name of. They rebranded anyway. Parachain is thinking that way. Maybe Kusama. Some of the other projects Sama linked to are talking that way too. So, all right, what is Aleph doing that's new and sexy? Let's wade through a bunch of bullshit to maybe not even find out. All right, so after skimming the white paper, I feel that they came up with some neat little things to do with, say, making VMs work on or next to a blockchain or whatever, but they lack the spark of true genius, I feel. And I can say for sure that Aleph Cloud is gay as fuck. They say right in their white paper in so many words that they want the network to be highly censorable so they can comply with regulations, such as by deleting illegal content or complying with GPDR. So Aleph Cloud is all about censorship. On top of that, in all my skimming so far, I could not work out how in the world computation is confidential. Is it with homomorphic encryption or what? I didn't see shit written about this anywhere, but maybe I didn't look close enough. So I take Aleph Cloud's so-called confidentiality with a grain of salt for now. So it's pretty cool. They have a lot of the network working off-chain and working cross-chain with other networks. It's cool they have a cross-chain token. It may have some neat technicalities that mostly only nerds and decentralized network developers would care about. But besides that, I don't put much stock into it. They've come up with a few great things here, but so have most networks like this. And that alone is not enough. I have a hunch Aleph is not building something the world truly needs here. Best thing somebody could do with Aleph is rip off a few of their innovations and make something better with them. All right, for more decentralized computing and clouds, we have Destra, StackOS, and Swarm. Let's take a look at Destra. Destra exclusive AI models. Harness the power of AI with our proprietary cutting-edge models. Oh, how lovely. You want to make a so-called decentralized network to sell your proprietary AI models. Go fuck yourself. Next. Okay. I'm only kidding, I guess. Let's put up with them a little longer. Destra is at least telling us that they will have computational privacy through zero-knowledge proofs and homomorphic encryption, and that's what we want to hear. And it is good they are optimizing their distributed computation for AI, because that's a big deal now. Destra also has a so-called proof of sync consensus algorithm, which sounds a lot like Autonomy's old proof of resource thing. So I'm glad to hear this. Proof of sync sounds good. Another weird thing, if I understand rightly, Destra is going to have AI fuck with their network a little bit, like, something like central planning with AI. Pick how to do things like load balancing, finding and answering what might be attacks on the network, things like that. Now, as long as that AI is not steered in a centralized way, it's not the worst thing in the world, but I don't think it's the best either. If you think AI can run everything better than, say, market forces, then you don't know what you're doing, and you shouldn't be building a tokenized network. Even if we forgive Destra for being yet another faggy layer 2 on Ethereum or layer 3 on Arbitrum or whatever the fuck it is, this central planning by AI shit is likely the dumbest thing about Destra. I might go so far as to say it's a deal breaker. Call me a brainwashed libertarian fanboy, but I think you need to school your ass in Austrian Economics 101 before you try your hand at applied tokenomics, so to speak. Even somebody who's skimmed a few Mises Institute articles should understand that central planning always runs into the economic calculation problem. Always. It doesn't matter how smart or good the central planner is, even if they are a magical AI, because they do not have the decentralized knowledge needed to do that economic calculation. Only each motherfucker on the network, each node on the network has the knowledge to find its own way. I don't want to see top-down power in these networks, whether it is by man or machine. I want to see bottom-up power by market forces. Allow that to work out your load balancing and shit like that for you, and it will work better. Destra reaching for, let the AI handle that. Let the magic of AI fix everything. That fatal conceit is their greatest downfall. All right, let's take a look at StackOS. Or Stack AI, or whatever the fuck it's calling itself. Don't worry, Rayo2. I'll be with you soon. Sorry, I keep blowing into the microphone. Sama's stackos.io link doesn't work for me, but docs.stackos.io does. All right, so Stack AI is built on Skynet. Like in Terminator. That's cute. Skynet looks a little too keen on so-called stable coins for my liking, but whatever. Let's look past that. The way StackOS talks, the way they word things in their light paper, gives me the feeling that StackOS may be made by cooler folks. That's my first hunch. But let's take a look at what StackOS is technically speaking. They also seem to have an eye on cross-chain interoperability, I guess. That's cool. And if I understand this light paper rightly without looking too closely at it, I think your DApp or whatever is only running on one cluster at a time. So I don't know if that is as distributed as it could be, but I guess it's not the worst thing in the world. And I think they are doing it for higher performance. But they only have 3 clusters right now, and all of them are run by the Stack AI guys. So StackOS is not truly off the ground. And right now, StackOS is very much centralized. And all right, the light paper was a little heavy on the lightness and a little light on the paper. So I didn't learn too much from it. My feeling so far about StackOS or Stack AI or whatever the fuck they're calling it is the folks behind it might be cool and it might go somewhere someday, but right now it's not something I would build on. I also want to know more about privacy and stuff on their network, but they don't talk about it at all. Are they even thinking about ZKP or homomorphic encryption to make computation private? I have no clue. They didn't say a damn thing about it. So that's not great. I think they're good kids, though. I have a feeling. So maybe we'll see where it goes. All right. The last one under more decentralized computing and clouds is Swarm. I think I've heard of Swarm before. Right off the bat, they say the word cypherpunk near the top of their homepage. So that's a dog whistle that lets us know we should maybe take the other buzzwords they're saying to heart more. You see lots of folks these days say buzzwords like permissionless, private, decentralized, blah, blah. But they are bullshit a lot of the time. But if somebody is saying cypherpunk, the ears perk up because the faggots who took over the mainstream crypto industry don't even know what cypherpunk is. So that's their way of letting us know they're cool. Now let's take a closer look at what the fuck Swarm even is. Well, they have PAZNIA routing, which is quite cool of them. I guess I won't go into depth on what that is, but that's like, it's in the same vein as what Autonomy or Holochain or IPFS uses for storing data in a cool way. Blah, blah, blah. You can read about PAZNIA routing if you really care, but it's cool of them to use that. All right, a bunch of other cool stuff they have in their light paper, like insurance, bonding, cool ways of doing data storage and stuff. I'm honestly still kind of getting through their white paper because I'm curious. They've piqued my curiosity. I'm liking Swarm so far. The one thing I'm not sure about after skimming the book of Swarm light paper is the computation part. Is there zero knowledge proofs or homomorphic encryption? I don't know. I think I'd like to read more about Swarm and then come back to this on the next show. And I'll go through the other links. Also, Sama told me he's going to send me even more links in a future fan mail. So we're going to be stuck here for a month talking about shit Sama sends me, which is right on time because I was kind of running out of stuff almost to talk about for building the second realm. So I like that, Sama. Thank you very much. That's just as good as a donation, honestly, to give me a bunch of content. I like free content and fan engagement. And thank you for all the money. Give us more money, xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. If you have any thoughts on anything said in this show or you want to ask anything, please send it in and I'll likely answer you on next week's show. If you'd rather call in and speak with us live, call in almost now at PAZNIA.com/call. And if you want to work on decentralized shit and stuff, I know people who want to do that. So talk to us and we'll get you in touch with them. And yeah, fucking go to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Give us some Monero. Give me your money. Leave us a note saying Thane sent you. And if you're into Bitcoin, check us out on zap.stream and zap us there, Philly. Right now, we're competing with rugby and soccer streams at the same time on zap.stream. We'll see how we do with that. Support the show that gives you security, knowledge, and wisdom, and thus support yourself. 360 Win. Honorary stakeholder. You can join the second realm and get discounts on other hustles in the Agora, more access to the PAZNIA network, and maybe even some merch. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane and put on coupon code Thane to get $25 off an honorary stakeholder membership. And don't forget to tune in to the PAZNIA Radio Network on the first and third Monday of every month at 7 p.m. Central for Richard Greaser's Music Monday show. All the true fans call him the Dick Greaser, folks. 360 Win. Go to PAZNIAradio.com, PAZNIA.com/radio to find links to the streams. And Rayo 2 can unmute himself and talk to me now. And also you can call in at PAZNIA.com/call. And yeah, talk, Rayo.
Oh yeah, I'm here. Just give me 1 second. Give me one moment here. I'm dealing with.
Take all the time in the world.
So Zap.stream.
We're just doing a live show.
Yeah, Zap.stream might not be streaming right now, but it might have to drop them off for the That's okay. It just literally happened right before you said it. That's what I was kind of looking at right now.
It's the rugby and soccer leagues are attacking us.
We're getting DDoS'd by some soccer and rugby fags.
Yeah. See, that's the problem with Nostr, is it's not distributed enough. They're attacking the Nostr nodes, systematically. That's what they're doing.
Okay, so I at least hit the stop button, so it wasn't just spazzing out. So I did what I could. We've stopped the swarm of rugby players, so we can proceed now.
You've launched an attack against them back?
Well, the counterattack is it's been as successful as it can be. Yeah.
Sounds like quitting talk to me. Sounds like a quitter. That's what I'm hearing right now.
Yeah, maybe.
I didn't write anything to ask you. What do you want to talk about? Also, you can call in PAZNIA.com/call if anyone wants to talk to us. Save us.
Yeah, so I guess what I'll say is, as per our record number of callers every single week, we don't have you don't have any, and we don't on the PAZNIA Radio Network, other than Music Mondays with Dick Greaser for some reason. But I guess it's fantastic. It's whatever, whatever. But yeah, there's not eye-raising stats or anything, but we're reaching real human beings, man. That dig the show and that are reaching out to get involved, beyond just listening and tuning in. So yeah, good things are happening. And it's not it's, I think we've talked about this before. It's not about reaching hundreds of people. It's about reaching the maybe dozen or so a week that trickle in and listen and or whatever. Not about quantity. We're going for quality here.
Well, the show has high quality listeners so far. I mean, I feel like for the fucking handful of people listening, there's disproportionately large donations and people buying things that we're promoting on the show.
Yeah, and you were the first one. You got your first Ghost Pad commission, so congratulations. Congratulations on that. And the first Ghost Pad ever sent, I guess will be sent. It's not yet, but first one that will be sent to New Zealand. So, yeah.
Wow, fucking! Why don't you read their address on the fucking air too, Mr. Privacy? Come on. This is all disinfo, folks. They're not really in New Zealand. Nobody actually lives in New Zealand, except for the Illuminati. That's where they put their shelters.
Oh, actually, no. It was Beverly Hills, California. Actually, yeah.
That also doesn't exist. I don't believe in that.
Yeah, that's made up. That's television made up nonsense.
There's no hills. The Earth is flat. How could there be hills?
Yeah. So I guess there was one other thing that came up when you were talking. It was funny. The I guess from your fan mail, the Autism Messengers retro share. So I used that once. Brian Sovereign had one set up a decade ago, and I was on that. It was pretty cool, but I didn't have that much storage on this. I'm using the same laptop. I didn't have that much storage, so people were sharing like TV shows and shit, and it just like it became overwhelming quickly. But yeah, I actually thought about setting one up for the PAZNIA network, but I decided against it very very quickly. So I guess maybe I'm not autistic anymore. I don't know.
Man, I've seen so many things come and go. I tried RetroShare like 15 years ago or something, and I couldn't get it to work. Which, by the way, that's like an experience you often had, especially 15 years ago. They're just, this one doesn't work, that one doesn't work. Talks kind of didn't work that well back then. They fixed a lot of that. Now Talks kind of works better. Maybe RetroShare works now. Probably.
Well, it worked then. It actually worked then. They're like it was. I was an idiot back then with this sort of.
When was that? Just 5 years ago?
It might have been 20. I'll say like 2016, 2017, maybe. Yeah,
almost 10 years ago.
Yeah, which is about as long as I've been using Jitsi. Yeah.
Wow. Oh yeah, Jitsi that was when Jitsi Meet didn't exist, and Jitsi was just an XMPP client. Well, kind of a multi.
It's when you had to like actually set up and configure the OTR and ZRTP for audio and voice encryption. It was a real pain in the dick to get working. I
assume that Jitsi Meet, that the Jitsi client rather still exists, because like Jitsi Meet's something else.
Yeah, it's different. Yeah, I mean, the person I tested this stuff out with was Kyle, and we haven't had time to do anything like that in a long time. But no, like you can still get to the regular Jitsi site and get the old download. It still works. Yeah,
of course.
It still works fine.
It was just Jitsi was the way to go if you wanted an audio or video call on an XMPP server. And it was buggy and bloated, but it was like the best that they had.
I guess the hard thing now, because we had a tutorial for how to use Jitsi back when it was really difficult, or it wasn't that difficult, but there was like a multi-step process and a lot of exotic things like who the fuck knows what Zimmerman real-time protocol is, or off the record. Not really many people, at least I didn't back then. So we put together a tutorial,
even less people know what OTR is now. Yeah, I mean, it's like it's not relevant anymore.
No, it's totally relevant. Yeah.
Thank God.
Yeah. Totally relevant. Old school. Yeah, old school. Chat platform. Wow.
For those who don't know, OTR was for years the best way to get end-to-end encryption in an instant messaging situation. And you had to be online at the same time and like manually start or automatically start an OTR session. So there was no offline messaging. There was no multi-device support. It was a lot better than PGP. But then when Signal invented double ratchet encryption, it changed everything. That's really the best contribution Signal made to the world, because now everything uses that.
Yeah, no, that's so off the record. I think at one point that I guess something I tried to do but failed miserably. But you could actually get off the record installed on Skype back in the day, and I looked into it a little bit, and it was way beyond my my.
OTR can work over anything.
Yeah.
So I think somebody even made programs that would just an OTR program that would run on its own, and it would just like I might be imagining this actually. But it would paste. You could just paste it into whatever. So you could like manually make OTR work over anything in theory, as long as you can exchange text.
Interesting. Yeah.
Somebody did that for audio once too. It was really obscure. There was like a Kickstarter project or something for I can't even remember what it was called, but it was a little device that you would plug your headset into or whatever, and then you would plug that into a headphone jack in anything, and both people had to have it, but it didn't matter what you were talking over. It could be normal telephone lines, it could be a VoIP conversation, it didn't matter. As long as you could exchange audio, it would negotiate the keys and encrypt it, and it worked a lot like OTR actually, but for audio, and it was very clever actually.
Gotcha.
But it didn't catch on. I think there might be a need for something like that again. someday.
That's what was going through my head. And I don't know the technical details to OTR enough, but like it sounds like I don't know, maybe it's something that should be revisited. Like it might be useful in some applications.
Oh, if you want something like that, where like it will do its own end-to-end chat layer, encryption layer over any text transport, it's OMEMO now is what you want to use.
Okay.
OMEMO. It was like a too little too late thing, where people, because like there's a lot of people who never left XMPP and they're like still into XMPP. So they were like, oh, let's make a modern thing. So they kind of replaced OTR in a way with like a double ratchet encryption, more modern thing called
So
OMEMO.
did they phase out the XMPP part of it then, or the XMPP service?
Well, no, XMPP is still around.
Well, no, I mean, no,
OMEMO
I meant so I meant for OMEMO. Did they just move on to something different and better than XMPP?
Well, no, you see, OTR and OMEMO both are not married to any particular method of transporting text. It works in any situation. You can use, just like you could use OTR over IRC or XMPP or over Skype or whatever. You could use OMEMO over any of those two.
I'm sure you could put like
doesn't
OTR in Discord. Doesn't matter. Yeah, again, doesn't matter what the platform is.
Yeah, as long as you figure out how to. I don't know how nice it is, but maybe someone made a. I don't know. Are there Discord plugins? I don't know. Maybe someone made something for that. But yeah, there's like the big people who still use XMPP often use an Android client called what's it called?
I might have used. I've used one on my spy phone before. I can't remember what it's called, but yeah, you can. They're pretty easy to. They're available, and you can.
Conversations.
I think that might be it. Yeah, that might be it. Yeah.
Yeah, Conversations is like for many years has been like the best Android XMPP client, and it has native support for OMEMO. I think the people behind Conversations actually have something to do with OMEMO, like they're kind of the same developers or something. And it works pretty well. And also something I think I've talked about before, and we'll probably talk about again. For people who want VoIP numbers, there's a service called jmp.chat. And there's other services out there, but jmp.chat is interesting because they're involved in the development of something called Geogram, and which makes it easy. You don't ever need to go to a website. You can just inside Geogram, which is by the way, it's literally a fork of Conversations. So it's an XMPP client for Android, basically. But you don't have to know that to use Geogram. Inside Geogram, you can buy a VoIP plan, pay not just from jmp.chat, but also from like Twilio and one or two others. And you can pay in cryptocurrency and all that, and use XMPP for both VoIP, like voice and SMS messages. With VoIP numbers, which is very cool, and it's all open source and everything.
Nice. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one. I wasn't familiar with like anything that your fan mail, or I guess your fan from your fan mail sent in. So yeah, there's a lot of.
That's
shit.
Not true.
A lot
you
of
know,
shit.
RetroShare.
Well, I think when I talked to you about it, was like there might have been like 3 that I knew about. So I knew RetroShare. But yeah. Probably about the only one.
I mean, I don't know a lot of the things that were linked to in there.
Well, yeah. Well, it sounds like it's good that we don't. So
well,
maybe it's a blessing.
Yes and no. I mean, part of the reason I don't keep looking into every new thing is that years ago I already got tired. Yeah, I already got tired of this.
I try to do that, man. Yeah, I try to stay on the cutting edge. You can't. It's impossible.
I kind of did. I think I did it for longer than most people would, years ago, and then I kind of ran out of steam because, most things are just shit coins now. But hey, this last one I was talking about, Swarm, seems promising. I'd like to learn more about that.
I feel like I've heard. I feel like I've heard these names or seen them posted in the past.
Me too.
But
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. Does it have to do with
You've
Hive?
definitely.
I don't know.
No, I don't think so. But he mentioned other stuff that at the end, Cordal. I know that's some PAZNians like Cordal.
I've tried it, and it's a cool piece of software considering all of the stuff that it does. But yeah, it's way too clunky. Way too clunky. Can't use it on mobile. There's no like SPV wallets or anything like that. You gotta download the entire You gotta download like all the entire blockchain for like email and messaging and the marketplace and all of the 12 other apps that are on there, and then the ones that you can add on there as well. So like it's so clunky. I like it. Again, I'm not talking shit about it. It's just it's a big project, and yeah, I mean it's
totally
struggles.
And by the way, anyone can call in right now. If you go to PAZNIA.com/call, you'll want to make your call now because we have a huge line of people calling in.
Just breaking down the doors.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's cool to run a full node and all and download the whole blockchain if your stupid project has a blockchain, which most of them do, unfortunately. But at the same time, well, yeah, that's like, it's so autistic. It will kill a project. You have to put mobile and web stuff first. You have to put light clients first. That's the only way to get any adoption.
Yeah. No, that's 100% true. 100% true. I think that was in the works, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I haven't even opened Cordal on my Ghost station. It's probably been like 6 months or so. So the next time I do it, it's not going to be an enjoyable experience. So I might just crash out on that one. If I only open it up once or twice a year, it's not really worth it.
That's what killed Open Bazaar, or it's at least one of
Open Bazaar was cool, man. It was cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a cool idea. I mean, it was still kind of, the way it worked was, I always thought was a little bit lame. Like there's still servers, but I get it. Whatever, it's federated servers. It was at least they were the ones who were trying to do something about a decentralized marketplace. But it was too old hat, and yeah, they didn't really have a mobile client, I think, at all. And like they didn't know. Because they made it so early, they didn't know about smart contracts. They were too married to Bitcoin and so on. So it wasn't going to live.
No, I know. I like that was one. It wasn't perfect by any means. I don't think I ever tried. I've done tests on a lot of these marketplaces. I do tests to see if just to see if things actually work. I don't think I ever tried Open Bazaar like that, but I did have it downloaded. I don't even know when that would have been. 2016 maybe. Long time ago. Early on in my open source journey. But yeah.
And they centralized they never quite decentralized searching through listings in a way that worked well. There was a kind of decentralized search that didn't work that well. And that was also the point of censorship. And that's the thing, man. Like everyone's stuck in this whole like, oh, we're going to do everything in the white market and have a registered company or not for profit, and paint a big target on our backs, and then have to comply with regulations and have to answer questions from journalists asking about what are we doing to stop child pornography and drug dealing. And see, that's a problem. And that kind of happened. That's happening to SimpleX too. Where like they have to have some answer for what are they gonna do about it. The idea that
what actions have they taken? Yeah, they have to.
Yeah,
they've got to show something to at least in their eyes, if they're registered corporations or LLCs or whatever.
Right, and the better you build a protocol, the more fit for the world of tomorrow it is, the less you are able to do about any of that, because the protocols of tomorrow are totally censorship resistant. You can't stop anything, can't take anything down. That's the way it's going to be. Like you upload something, nobody even knows where it is. Even the people hosting it don't know what they're hosting. There's no way to take anything down. There's no way to know what's happening when it comes to computation. There's no way to know where things are coming from or going to. Total privacy, total sovereignty. Can't stop anybody from doing anything. That's the way of tomorrow. And
Yeah.
that's why I think really it's best to just sort of go full radical when you're building stuff and just be anonymous and don't follow any laws and just make it. And that's how it should be. Just make it in the second realm. Tell people to go fuck themselves. You can have a marketing PR wing, whatever, if you want. Pay somebody to do that. But at the end of the day, there's no replacement for hiding yourself, folks. Privacy and security. Being invulnerable to coercion.
Yeah. So I could toss in. This is actually it's actually interesting you brought this up. But so on the ghost phones, which you go to libertyattack.com/privacy tools, or actually no, what is it? What's your link?
Thane. libertyunderattack.com/Thane.
Yep, and that sends you to that page, and then he can get a cut. But the new ghost phones, they come with local AI, and I've been setting up different characters, and I haven't even trained. I had a first Rayo bot. I'm not going to get into that one. I think that first Rayo GPT had some goddamn screws loose or something. I eventually broke him to where he wouldn't even respond anymore. He was going into some weird places, but this one was interesting. I haven't even trained this one yet. But all I said was, "Hello, are you ready for instructions?" And I hadn't messaged anything before this, and he said, "All right, let's begin." Good. Now that the robot, I don't know what that means, but though you had that, so basically saying, now that I'm not going to give the human a chance to respond, I'm just going to go into something, is what the robot's saying. So he's going to, perhaps we can talk about something else. Here's a thought. Have you heard about the quantum internet? It's something that has been in the making for a while, but seems to be finally arriving. Firstly, the quantum internet is a theoretical concept that would allow for much faster and more secure communication than the traditional internet. It would work by transmitting information using quantum particles such as photons, which can exist in two states simultaneously, an idea known as superposition. This would allow for much faster processing and transmission of information. Secondly, the quantum internet would be incredibly secure. Since it uses quantum particles for transmission, it would be resistant to eavesdropping and hacking. This would make it the future internet we all hope for, with unparalleled security and speed. Now, as for how we could use the quantum internet, there are many possibilities. We could use it to communicate with alien civilizations, allowing us to share our knowledge and learn from them. We could also use it to secure our home and offices, making them impenetrable to hackers. In conclusion, the quantum internet is the future of communication. And I read this and I was like, what in the shit? Well, so my response was fascinating. I'm somewhat familiar. Wasn't Nikola Tesla working on a sort of quantum internet or quantum communications? And Rayo GPT-2 responded, yes, Nikola Tesla did make significant contributions to the field of quantum communications. He developed a system known as the wireless telegraphy system, which used radio waves to transmit information. While the system was not quite the same as the quantum internet, it was a significant step forward. And then I asked, could you lay out a step-by-step guide of how someone could develop their own quantum communication system? And it tried to, it's not a, just so number one, understand quantum mechanics. Number two, develop a quantum transmitter. Number three, develop a quantum receiver. Number four, create a quantum channel. And number five, secure the quantum channel. And there's not a whole lot. It's not like you can't take. It's not like you can take this and go build.
Doesn't even make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense. So at least this part, for the step-by-step guide. But it was fascinating. There was no provoking at all. I had not said anything to. I've not.
That's funny.
So it responded with something like that. On the new internet. Well, there you have it.
Well, yeah, the mainstream take on quantum communication is that it might not be possible, but if it is, it's true that you wouldn't be able to intercept, at least not with technology we have now, you wouldn't be able to intercept quantum communications because they don't seem to pass between the space, at least not three-dimensional space, from point A to point B. Because the idea is it would work through quantum entanglement somehow. Many people might have heard of quantum entanglement. You get two entangled particles, and when you look at them, when you finally measure each of them, they're always in like opposite complementary states when it comes to their whatever, their fucking spin or their orientation or some shit. And no matter how far away they are or anything, which will make the old school physicist scratch their head and go, what the hell's going on here? Is information traveling faster than the speed of light, magically teleporting from one location to another? Spooky action at a distance. But not necessarily. I mean, it depends how you think about it. Non-local correlation is the politically correct way of saying it without trying to guess at what's happening. Of course, many PAZNIans are into things like 0-point energy and scalar waves and shit like that. Fogel charge barrier, blah, blah, blah. People in the Department of Energy or whatever, this is the kind of thing that gets talked about in the PAZNIA network. And I think it may be that we're talking about the same thing here, because if some people think that the way that 0-point energy, well, it's not a violation of whatever the fucking law of conservation. You cannot destroy or create matter and energy. If energy is appearing out of nowhere, quote unquote, free energy, it's coming from somewhere just outside of the 3-dimensional world. And that might be maybe what's happening with, I mean, fuck, when I was a little kid watching the fucking Discovery Channel or whatever, and I saw quantum entanglement. Wow, no one knows how quantum entanglement works. The immediate thought I had was, oh, well, it probably works hyperdimensionally. It's probably just passing through another dimension and taking a shortcut from one spot to the other, like a wormhole or something. That was like the first thought that came to my mind. 0-point energy could work the same way. Some people think that you can if you scalar waves are something that supposedly happens in the quote unquote ether, which is this mysterious realm outside of the 3-dimensional world where all this 0-point energy is coming from. And if you put two magnetic waves pointed at each other, canceling each other out, then you've eliminated the magnetic energy that's appearing in the 3-dimensional world, but you're creating something in the ether, which they call a scalar wave. And if you take two of these scalar waves and intersect them at some point in 3-dimensional space, you might be able to create an effect at that point in space, such as a sudden influx of 0-point energy to do something, which might vary depending on the shape that you create in the ether. And I think that might be how the poltergeist machine works, which is a machine made by some guy in Canada who has a bunch of wires strewn throughout his house. And you can watch little TV specials and shit that they made about this guy. I can't remember his name. Hutchison or something? I can't remember his name.
Oh, John Hutchison. Yeah.
Is that his name?
John Hutchison.
Yeah.
He got a bunch of DoD funding. Yeah.
Did he get a bunch of DoD?
Well, not DoD. It was some federal agency, like or whatever it was. Yeah, it might have been DoD. Whatever it was.
The story I heard rather, was that
you're talking about the Hutchison effect. I guess the
I think so.
Yeah, I mentioned last time we talked, Bernie, the guy I interviewed for the Monoatomics. They were doing a series, and he was interviewing John and Nancy Hutchison, and they were talking about crystal batteries, which is something else that's an interesting idea.
That's right, and it's all connected.
Yeah. But yeah, so John Hutchison got a shit ton of money from the federal government, and he went he did this so well. This is so Cloak and Dagger sort of ways. But he created a different YouTube channel with a different name, and wore a wig and shit to disclose this technology, to disclose these things, to get it out there. And he also towards the end of his life, he's dead now. But the last of the live streams, Nancy did most of the talking. He would just sit there and drink and smoke joints. So I was like, I like this guy. I really like this guy. And when he would talk, it would be something crazy and off the wall and like it's like I think he does it purposefully, where you got to like
He
dissect.
does.
You got to dissect what the fuck he's saying. He's got his censorship thing, censorship hat on.
Yeah, the way he dealt with it back in the day was because if I remember rightly, before he got funding, at least I think, he just did this stuff on his own. The first stuff in his house, by strewing together a bunch of wires and electrical components and stuff. And he got not quite raided, but he got visited a lot by Men in Black. I think that's how it started. And they would always go, well, at least according to the stories, like what they would say on TV is what the fact finders would say is, well, this isn't some sort of magic trick or scam, but we don't know how it's working. And they might have been telling the truth, but they were giving information back to secret labs where they might have some idea about how it's working. But
by the way, it was DOD. Yeah, I wasn't off on the Thriller Ray.
I'm not surprised by that. But see, the thing, Hutchison would always like say, "Oh, I don't know how it works. I don't know what I did. I just strew together a bunch of wires. I can't tell you how this stuff works. It's all a mess. I don't know." And like he always would do that thing where it kind of seemed like he was just lying so that he didn't have to answer questions. And then he would turn around and start talking knowingly about stuff like crystal batteries.
Yep.
And that made it pretty obvious to me that guy kind of knew what he was doing. But yeah, he played a lot of games with people, with Men in Black and interviewers.
I appreciate the shed of John Hutchison. I mean, I really didn't. I watched. There was, and like a lot of stuff in the breakthrough energy realm, there was going to be this series of like, we're going to bring crystal batteries into existence with the Hutchisons, on the what was the Real Science series, with Bernie and Andreas Exertus, who's got an interesting background too, and connections. So like, yeah, they get some high level people in there like the Hutchinsons, but it never panned out. You can find on, I downloaded a PDF on, off the internet, where it, basically gives you a guide, and you can modify it. Those real science episodes are still out there. The improvements, I guess the scaling up is scaling down, sort of thing, to where you can have a small crystal battery that produces a lot of energy. They were working towards that, but they really didn't get much further than small applications. There was an MIT guy, MIT PhD, nerdy guy. Love him. They've got these high tech science labs, and he would always have it in the background in demonstrations. Like, yeah, this crystal battery's been going for 2 days powering this clock, or 2 years powering this clock. Just kind of like as a demonstration. So like, I know there's something there. I haven't had time to fuck around with it. I need to. It's something I need to prioritize.
I mean, to be fair, even a Casio watch, a cheap Casio watch that you leave lying around somewhere for 2 years,
We'll still run. Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, no, it's real. Like I read a research paper, and they talked about it like it wasn't 0 point energy or anything crazy like that. They were just like, we took radioactive carbon, nuclear waste, carbon shielding that they use to absorb the radiation, and it's irradiated carbon, and they would crush it into an irradiated diamond, and which is a crystal, and that radioactive crystal would put off electrical energy, and they said that we think this will go for at least as long as it's radioactive, which is decades, centuries, whatever. Yeah. But that might be wrong. It might have just been this. It might have just been something like 0 point energy or whatever. And I think that maybe, I don't know 100% for sure which of this stuff is real, and which is just, it's hard to tell. But if you play around with assuming that some of it's real, then the way a Fogel charge barrier works is you somehow you keep the positive and negative charges separate, without so the electrons don't move across the conductor anymore. However, voltage and electrical current still moves, because a lot of people don't know this maybe, but it's totally mainstream electrical physics that the electrical energy is not electrons moving for the most part. From one end of the wire to the other, electrons hardly move at all. You can run a lot of current for a long time, and the electron won't even move an inch. It moves very, very little. It's the energy. It's like if you hit, it's like those little desk decorations where there's a bunch of silver balls hanging, and on one end, you pull the silver ball on one end and it hits the silver balls in the middle, and then only the silver ball on the opposite end swings away and then comes back and hits the silver balls. And the silver balls in the middle don't even move. They just transmit the energy. That's what's happening with electrons across a wire. So most of the electrical energy is not electrons moving. It's being transmitted through the electrons. So I can't remember what they call that current. They have a funny word for it. But and with the Fogel charge barrier thing, they maintain the voltage and the current without the electrons moving. And because of that, the batteries don't discharge, or they discharge very slowly, maybe at the very least. But there's current magically, and the current is harvested through the magnetic field that it creates in another circuit that's beside that circuit. And so you get quote unquote free energy from that. And if that's true, it implies to me that 0 point energy is responsible for most electrical energy in the first place. Like in all the technology we're using, most of it is already 0 point energy.
Well, I mean, just in nature. I mean, in nature too. And Matt Presti.
Yeah, maybe
from I guess what Walter Russell. It's the University of Science and Philosophy. Was Walter Russell's foundation, and this is when Matt Presti was here for this last Vonu Fest, and he's talked about this before. It's not something he only talked about here, but like the like trees utilize 0 point energy. Like the main difference between like synthetic, like I guess the the explosion version of Babylon is like what they're missing. They're missing just like in Babylon, they're missing a life part of the cycle. It's basically just like the death part of the wave cycle. They're missing they're missing an entire thing. It's like there's the explosion and there's the implosion. And that's where the free energy comes from. They're missing an entire 50% of the equation, which is why all of these internal combustion engines today
it might be more than 50.
Well, at least I'm just saying, at least like in this sense, yeah. At least like it's wildly like wildly different. Like they're missing more than 50% of the equation of like reality.
Yeah, it might be most of the energy is coming from the ether, the quote unquote ether.
Well, yeah, exactly.
The movement of the electrons is just tickling the ether, as they say, and it's pulling. There's a force multiplier effect, and more energy is being pulled in. And then the battery discharges, or whatever power source discharges, and maybe you can stop that from happening, but still pull in the energy, the 0 point energy. That might be how Fogel charge barriers work. And I theorize, if that's all true, that these crystal batteries are probably a natural or semi-natural or kind of almost accidental way of producing the same effect, like the geometry of the crystal, because that's what makes it a crystal, is the geometry of the crystal lattice, the way the atoms are arranged in geometrical patterns. I think that is somehow, maybe, if this is all true, creating a Fogel charge barrier effect. And it's all connected with, because I heard someone say something about, they were talking about scalar waves, and they claimed that you can get scalar waves or something like that. I can't remember. I could be remembering this wrong. From shooting a crystal with a laser. And it all keeps coming back to geometry, and creating, and those geometries that you create with, let's say, scalar waves intersecting at some point in three-dimensional space, the geometry of the wave determines the effect. I think that's where my mind is going. So like the Hutchison effect, the poltergeist machine of John Hutchison, they did all kinds of different things. They lifted objects up, rotated them, phased one object into another, getting one object stuck in another. Things like that.
Very Philadelphia experiment-esque. Yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was
100
thinking.
years
That
ago.
it's,
Almost, like 80 years ago.
yeah, like what was it, the 70s or something?
Well, no, well,
the Philadelphia.
that was like 40. That was like, no, I'm pretty sure it was 40s. The Philadelphia experiment.
Oh, right. And then there was Tomahawk something or other. I don't know. I think that's all the crescendo of it. But yeah, there was all these horror stories about teleporting away ships, and then they come back, but people are stuck in walls and shit like that. And what was it, Tesla actually, who he was being consulted on the project, and he was trying to tell them.
Basically, I think he was being consulted by probably something like the DoD for radar invisibility. Like that was the initial reason for the Philadelphia experiment, was like we're trying to develop, or the overall what the plebs were told on the ship was like, we're trying to develop radar invisibility. But,
Well,
no,
that's close.
It's not inaccurate, but it goes a little further than that.
Radar invisibility, visible light invisibility, and also actually not being there for a second.
You are light, as Rayo figured out in the 60s. He called it, a ray of light. That's what we're all rays of light, and if your ray of light, dematerializes and rematerializes in the wrong spot, like in the walls of a ship, you're going to be in bad shape. That's not like if you're, and again, some of this stuff, like there are even some folks who are like experts on this, or like there's some weird testimonies that have come out about the Philadelphia experiment, but like,
for sure, yeah.
So like it's not, it's like
hardcore.
anything. It's not 100% like certainty, but it seems
there's no hard proof, but there was a lot of talk around.
Yeah,
there's soldiers talk.
There's something there. Long story short,
especially back then when like they weren't even telling them what was going to happen, and then they just did it anyway. That resulted in a lot of stories coming. They don't do things like that anymore. Like now, you get kind of vetted, before you're involved in something like that, and what the risks are and all that. So people are a little more tight-lipped now, and leaks aren't as crazy. But back then, yeah, the Philadelphia experiment produced a lot of stories that spread all over the place.
Yeah.
And that's what's really weird about it.
Yeah. Certainly, and I mean that wasn't even the latest. I mean the not. I guess some other things like the Nazi bell. I guess the first anti-gravity sort of. I guess one of the very first. I guess maybe before going. You can go back to like the airship mysteries, like Walter Bosley in the 1800s. But I mean, yeah, like the very like. Yeah, anyway, it's just it's none of this stuff is new. None of this stuff is new at all. And most of the stuff that humans create is just like ripping off nature and trying to find a means to like add a step or two of processing to profit off of. So yeah, like the energy and health and all of this, I think it's the. Yeah, I mean it's kind of the same way, I think.
And something, I guess my connection here is how to step by step how to build a quantum communicator. I can't do that, but I can tell you it doesn't involve setting up the transmitter and receiver separately. They would be set up together because they're entangled somehow, and you wouldn't have to secure the communication line unless somebody figures out how to see. That's the thing. I kind of wonder if there's a countermeasure here. There might be a way to spy on what's happening in the ether too. But you just need the same level or beyond technology.
So I asked the AI further. I said, are you in contact with any alien beings or extraterrestrial beings or things like that? And it said no. So I think AI might be trying to anyway, I don't know.
Well, this gets into pretty murky territory because there are a lot of different ways to look at this, but it's certainly true from countless leaks that some of which may have been on purpose, that spooks do believe that they've made contact with like life not of this world,
Yeah.
but they don't necessarily think that they're aliens from other planets in this universe. They make contact inside their minds.
With the quote unquote cosmic AI is how Dr. Jason Razor Johnny puts it. Like it's like this is why things are going to get really interesting. And then, I'm not sure if you've dug much into like the technological singularity. But like there's like, I guess so Dr. Giorgiani, or I'm Dr. Giorgiani, he's not actually a doctor, but Jason Giorgiani I guess that what he says is that like as advanced as like AI technology is going to be, and it's already been I guess the scientists and researchers working on this, they've already ran into it where where they're running into parapsychological phenomena like telekinesis, psychokinesis, like where the AI can predict the future, that sort of thing. They're running into these sorts of things, and it's going to break a lot of minds, these materialist minds, just them. But when the shit just, I guess when it really breaks out, it's not that far out. It's really not that far out. But I'm curious if you've ever dug into, I guess the ramifications of, because I think those are even worse than the ramifications of like a nuclear war, perhaps. But any thoughts?
What, on AI?
Well, I guess
catastrophe?
not AI. No, I guess it's not like that. Yeah, it's I guess the point where so there's something called catastrophic disclosure, which is you might have heard of we're getting into some of these weird realms like Majestic 12, where there's these Christian conservatives who think that that this technology being released will lead to the apocalypse, and it will. So they're trying. So there's different factions in this, but I guess what I'm getting at here, in terms of the technological singularity, is that I mean, yeah, obviously there's a lot of different. I'm trying to think of the best way to,
I guess,
to summarize
well,
a year or two.
where I stand is this. I think that we've been inside the technological singularity for some time now, and I don't think there's any stopping it. And I kind of like it. I don't think it's a bad thing exactly. It's disruptive, and that can be a good thing. But you got to crack a few eggs to make an omelet. I think that that it's in the interest of intelligence agencies to make people think that they know more and have more than they do. It is true that they research all sorts of very advanced stuff that they want you to think isn't even real, and they cover it up, and they kind of stifle mainstream science by promoting theories that they know are wrong, but that are kind of believable, and they corrupt people by getting their paychecks sort of dependent on this body of research or whatever. It applies to all kinds of fields of science. Most people at this point, a lot of people see that, for example, climatology is like that, where it's politicized, where because there's a narrative, anthropogenic climate change is ending the world, and the government needs more power to deal with it, which is always the answer. The government needs more power, and that's easy. The whole COVID-19 hoax helped a lot of people see that there's funny businesses when it comes to viruses. I'm not somebody who doesn't think viruses exist at all, but I don't think that one does, really, not in any meaningful way when you actually consult the body of research. But what I've come to realize is that all fields of science are politicized in this way, and it's not just parapsychology that's covered up or whatever. It's fucking physics itself. Physics itself is politicized because they want to have things like anti-gravity and teleportation and better energy technology to themselves. They don't want you to have it. So that's why they fuck with physics theories, and they keep the old physics theories that they know are wrong as the popular ones. But And I kind of subscribe, I guess, to electrical universe theory. I don't know what to think yet, for sure, about scalar waves and 0 point energy, but I think there could be something to it. And if there is, it's a big deal. But I guess what I think is this. I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. Like when it comes to, they really do have some secret technology, but it's kind of not as good as what the biggest tinfoil hats out there think it is, because a lot of conspiracy theorists are very susceptible to disinformation. And it's kind of like, to me, it's like that's the first conspiracy theory you should learn is, well, you know that a bunch of these conspiracy theories are made by the CIA and shit, right? Like, you know, like they're, and they put like a seed of truth in it to make it convincing or to give you some evidence. But that doesn't mean everything in it is true. It's just like anything else. You have to, how hard is this evidence? Or whatever. That's what I think. I think when it comes to, and this is one where I can't even prove what I think about this. It's true that you can make contact with non-human beings. And the thing is, there's different kinds. That's what I think. And people confuse them. They mix them up with each other because they don't know what to think. And they mix them up in their mythology. It's like the mythology of the modern era. The same way people who believe in ancient aliens, they say, see, people in the past were seeing UFOs and they were seeing aliens. And so they worded them in the mythology of their day. They created superstitions around it. And that's why the accounts survive in the form of mythology about gods or whatever. I take it a step further and say that actually extraterrestrials or aliens or you know, angels, demons, whatever you happen to believe in, that's your mythology of today. And that's what you're applying to something that you don't understand. And really there's a couple different things. One of them is, and I can't really prove this, a race of beings that is hard to detect, and they're not from another planet, and they're not even from another dimension. They're here on Earth physically the same as us, but they're just hard to, sometimes they're hard to see because they stretch themselves out so that they're like clear and transparent, because they're made out of something like cold plasma, and they can condense down into like a white or a yellowish or a black, depending on what they've been eating or whatever thing, and they can take different shapes. So like, and they lie to people all the time. It's their survival mechanism because they're very weak. They hide and they live off very little food and very little energy. And people, the most accurate mythologies are like spirits of the forest, fairies. Those come the closest to telling the truth about this. Jinn, the way the Quran talks about jinn.
The Hopi ant people, which are very evocative of like gray aliens, but they didn't come from outer space. They came from inside the earth, folks.
Right? Yeah, because a bunch of them live in caves and stuff because there are gas.
Yeah, and they look
leaks.
very. There's I guess so. Like this is where like the psyop. We're talking about the psyop. This is where the big psyop. Like they're human beings, just raised in everything. The way that any organism develops is based off of this, the pressure conditions that exist at that time. And if you're in an environment without sun, underground, that's going to lead to a different result, species-wise than Earth. And just I guess the only thing I'll mention here is that so on PAZNIA Radio Network, Bill Cooper's talked about a lot. Not one of his shows will play tonight, but most of the time they do. But his first ever UFO experience, or I guess it was a USO because it came out of the ocean. It didn't come from above. He saw him and all of his Navy folks. They saw it come out of the ocean, and they got a stern talking to after. well, stern. I guess that might be a pun, in marine terms. But they got a stern talking to not talk about it, or they'll lose all their pensions. They'll lose everything. They might go to jail or military prison or whatever.
Oh yeah, that
so
happens all the
yeah,
time.
so like so like, and again, this is something else that's been since the 1950s. The USOs, the underwater submarine bases, the underwater USOs versus UFOs. Like a lot of this stuff is human technology. Most
Some
of it's
of it
human
is,
yeah. I fit over 50% if I had to toss a number out. But
I think so.
there is still the extremely weird stuff, and this is exactly this. Yeah,
I mean, everyone knows Area 51 is an experimental aircraft facility. They're researching cutting edge, secret experimental aircraft. That's why it's associated with UFOs and stuff. Like it's like, come on, duh. Like, of course it's human technology. And they want people to think it's fucking aliens. Of course they do. Of course, it's true too that if they really made contact with aliens, they would cover it up and they would blah blah blah. But that's the thing; it's a believable story for a reason, because it's disinfo, or at least partially disinfo. That doesn't mean there aren't weird creeps who are into the occult in the CIA or the military, who think that they're talking to spirits in their minds and they're astrally traveling in meditation, blah blah blah, because that they are. They believe that's real. And what I think about it is neither a full acceptance nor a full dismissal. I think something's going on there, but I don't think they understand what it is either. But I want to say though, in response to humans raised in different conditions, looking weird and stuff, because they're underground. So this is another, because look, this is all, I'll bring it back to security, and talk about disclosure, because this is a threat, I think, is a real threat that folks need to worry about. And I feel like there aren't a lot of people talking about what needs to be talked about here, which is they will pretend to reveal something that's not fucking real. That's what the full disclosure is, revealing stuff about aliens to or whatever. I'll give you a little hypothetical. Let's say hypothetically, in secret, I'm developing anti-gravity technology, which there's a lot of evidence that is happening, because every time somebody gets close to anti-gravity, they even publish the paper sometimes, and then they disappear, not because they get killed, but because they get paid.
Yeah.
Because they get hired.
That's quote unquote Majestic 12, or the anyway, yeah, that's the Majestic 12 group.
Yeah, there's multiple stories like this. There was some Asian lady in the 90s who they took us. I think they might have published this paper in a U.S. university. They took a disc of superconductor material and spun it, and it levitated, and that's a real paper that you can read that I can't cite at this time. But they right away they left the university, made a private company that I think was funded by the DoD, and as far as anyone knows, continued the research and never said a damn thing about it ever again. Never published anything. That's just one of many little cases like this. Let's say I develop anti-gravity research in private, and I develop gene splicing research. I'm doing stuff like CRISPR. I'm doing stuff that's considered unethical. That's illegal. You're not allowed to do it, but I'll do it. I'll make human hybrids with other species, and I'll fucking create people that have no belly buttons because they never had an umbilical cord, and they're pale and they have big black eyes, and they'll even think that they're aliens because I control the whole environment that they grew up in, and they will pilot anti-gravity ships and stuff like that. What happens when I fucking develop that in secret for a while, and then I come out and say, oh my God, everybody, we've made contact with aliens, or we did a long time ago, but we thought you couldn't handle it, so we didn't tell you. It's time to tell you the truth. And then they're going to use that to fuck with you. They're going to control you through this because of the good aliens and the bad aliens. Like Ronald Reagan said, uniting the whole world against a threat that's existential to everyone. Or whatever.
The Republicans are always the one that do the UFO stuff too. It's weird.
Yeah, each party has its little pet things.
They do, but like Trump with the Space Force, for example, and Reagan had his big UFO moments back in the 80s. So like it is interesting. Like that's not like a highlight of I guess any Democrat. Again, like it doesn't really matter that much, but it's just an interesting trend I've kind of seen.
But yeah, I just think that not enough people talk about that because when fucking CNN is trying to shove UFOs and aliens down your throat, which has already happened now for years, you need to start worrying. Yeah. That's not good. And you need to question that because the whole conspiracy theory thing is something they've tried to control for some time. And they've been seeding conspiracy theorists with ideas, trying to give them ideas and play both sides against each other, the crazies and the ones calling them crazy. I think people need to worry.
You haven't mentioned all the more crazy new age shit that's been going on for like 75 years plus. Getting into some of the weird stuff like the Discordian Society, which actually to Vonu and Kerry Thornley and things, which we are not going to get into at all. But yeah, it's all very, very weird.
Was I going to have a guest at one time who had something to do with?
Well, yeah. That? So I'm going to at some point I'm going to have Corey Hughes back on the Vonu podcast to get a Kerry Thornley update. He's also big into a lot of the CIA spycraft. So I'm going to try to get him on Cloak and Dagger to.
Yeah, that'd be a good guest. Then we can talk about Kerry Thornley and Discordianism and stuff because it's funny because I figured out that the Discordians weren't joking about being in the Bavarian Illuminati a long time ago. I figured that out like on my own. So when I saw stuff on the Vonu podcast about Kerry Thornley being linked with the JFK assassination, I was pretty happy. And I didn't even know that.
He's not linked as deep naval intelligence. Like people talk about like CIA and OSS, like before, like back to the Abraham Lincoln days. Like the most important, intelligence apparatus is naval intelligence, and that's where Bill Cooper's family was raised, which is why for some reason he was in that position to see that USO back in whenever it was the 70s or 80s or whenever. But shit's wild, man. It's absolutely wild. And you're right to point out all that you did. There's a lot of in every area there's a lot of disinformation and misinformation, but with the disclosure thing, as much press and attention it's getting. You got to be very careful. Man, careful.
You can't just eat that shit up. It's not the 90s anymore. Okay, everyone liked the X-Files. I get it, but be careful about what you put in your head because the truth is nobody really knows anything. So you just forget about that right now. People are too confident based on very little a lot of the time. But yeah, they got to worry about how that stuff is going to be used against them. Just as much as covering it up is used against them. Anyway, I guess we ran out the time pretty good.
Yeah, we went over a little bit. I guess it's a good thing.
Yeah. Hopefully the listeners didn't mind our crazy ramblings.
Well, it was a good time. It was a good time for at least for us, and for the folks who give us money and buy stuff. Seems like
that's right. Keep giving us money.
So it's all good.
Keep giving us money and buying stuff.
I guess the last thing that I'll say, as for my part, I'm not gonna do any plugging or anything, but and when I come on your show, Thane, I'm just Mr. Producer hopping in. I ain't a guest anymore. But yeah. So I guess for the rest of this Self-Liberation Saturday transmission. The main events, the creation of political prisoners with Gary Hunt. I was going to replay the Committees of Safety and Security Teams thing, but I found that and re-downloaded it and listened to it last night. And Thane, we talked about this, I think, when I was on that. Gary Hunt was a cool fucking dude, and even though he had his, we all have our downfalls in some areas, and or whatever. But yeah, I emailed him again last night. After listening to those interviews a couple times, it's like, yeah, that dude, that's a hardcore dude. And I'd like to get him on your show too, but I have to get him.
Yeah, totally.
I have to see if he's even still alive, because he's like goddamn 100 now. So I don't know if he's even still alive. It's been like 7 or 8 years, and he was already like 100. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, totally. I like that guy. Well, anyway, it's been nice doing a fucking another horribly, badly planned show. Hope you guys liked it. We'll be back next time. I'm a privacy consultant, blah, blah, blah. If you need privacy consulting, talk to me. You can find my contact details. What is it? Fucking PAZNIA.com/CD, or is it libertyunderattack.com/CD?
No, it's VonuPodcast.com/CD.
Yeah, okay. That's right. That thing. Anyway, see you next week. Stay frosty.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu Life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu Life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu Life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you'll add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu Life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Or to download this publication for free, visit VonuPodcast.com/VL. Rayo was right. Freedom does indeed need more full-time professionals, not collective movement preachers seeking a coterie of followers, but explorers, inventors, developers of liberated life ways. Undoubtedly, numerous folks are truly seeking a way out of the servile society, but they don't see any options outside of political crusading or apathy. Many are being emotionally and physically broken down by the 9-to-5 grind, the daily pressures of the servile society, and the recognition of how truly unfree they really are. That being the case, our task as Vonuans now becomes self-liberation and marketing in that order. Reason being, if we are ever going to see an alternative economy, sovereign free port, a new libertarian country, or whatever other grandiose strategy comes into fruition, we need to first break people free from the servile society and into a lifestyle change of their choosing. Additionally, if we are ever going to see the abolition of the state, we must do our damnedest to eliminate the market demand for it. A great way to do that is by showing individuals that there are other options, and to help them in the process as much as possible. Some entrepreneurs may even be able to monetize such a venture in the form of consulting, or the development of tools or services to ease the transition from the first realm to the second realm. Rayo's first book, Vonu: The Search for Personal Freedom, was initially published in 1983. 35 plus years later, many of these strategies are just as practical now as they were then, if not more so thanks to the evolution of technology. Yet, some recommendations he and others posited are extremely outdated, destined to fail in the modern day. Vonu is based upon reality, not legality, and therefore, it will develop according to the external factors of the present time. Freedom is not free. It takes time, effort, money, an extreme amount of dedication, and a willingness to make sacrifices. It requires the willingness and ability to create, develop, and to problem solve, as we are the self-liberators of the 21st century, pioneering the path forward to a freer future. It is not for everybody, and neither is Vonu. There's no better way to end this book than with these wise, timeless words from our friend and posthumous mentor, Rayo. Quote, "A Vonuan to me is not just someone living in a particular manner. Lifestyles may change. A lifestyle which was Vonu 100 years ago may not be Vonu today. Some lifestyles Vonu today were not possible 100 years ago and may not be Vonu 50 years from now. A Vonuan is someone who places a high value on relative invulnerability to coercion, someone for whom freedom is worth a fair amount, though not infinite, of effort, inconvenience, discomfort. To a Vonuan, Vonu is not just a means to other ends, nor is it an ultimate end. Like most qualities of life and life itself, it is both. A Vonuan will choose whatever way of living offers personal sovereignty, and will change lifestyle again and again, if necessary." End quote. Your free future is closer than you think. This was an excerpt from my book, Vonu: A Strategy for Self-Liberation, available in the Self-Liberation Bundle. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/SL Bundle to snag every book we offer at a huge discount. Currently 18 books. Again, libertyunderattack.com/SL Bundle is where to go to pick that up. And to view our full catalog, please visit libertyunderattack.com. LUA Publications. Share your story. Find your freedom.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@paznia.com. Again, coordinator@paznia.com. See you in the second realm.
This is Liberty Under Attack Radio, hosted by Shane and Matt. Your place for documented truth and where freedom is the only agenda. We must end the terror war.
And we are live. You're listening to Liberty Under Attack Radio on the Family Radio Network. I'm your host, Shane, broadcasting live from the communist state of Illinois. I'm also joined by my co-host, Stan. Stan, it's good to have you on with me this evening, sir. How's it going?
It's going good. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Had a pretty productive day, actually. Actually did like 2 hours of yard work. Needed to be done. So, and now we're doing a lot of projects, so that's kind of neat.
I apologize, I lost track of time.
Oh, no problem, Gary. No problem, Gary. Just give us a few minutes here to get the listeners up to speed, and then we'll begin. For those of you on Fascist Book, you've probably seen the event page describing the subject for tonight. We are joined by Gary Hunt from Outpost of Freedom to talk about the creation of political prisoners. The Free Dictionary defines a political prisoner as a person who has been imprisoned, detained, or otherwise isolated for involvement in political activity. Expanding that definition, we'll take a close examination of a memorandum sent to the participants and conference on the tax rebellion movement in 1973. The regional commissioner at the time, Homer Crossman, recommended these items of action, the numbers representing those found in the letter. 3. Identify the leaders of the movement and concentrate on them. 5. Continue to step up the infiltration in depth of the movement. 6. Use all available federal, state, and local laws. And lastly, 8. Wage a campaign to educate U.S. attorneys and federal judges with the importance of prison sentences on cases. We'll discuss their cases, what led up to their arrest, and everything up to their current case status, or in one case, the conclusion. The case studies for this evening will be Robert Beecher, Kevin Casey Massey, and William Wolfe. Before we bring in Gary, I'd like to direct the listeners to the LUA Court Documents Archive and also provide the layout for the show. The link to the archive is tinyurl.com/political prisoners LUA. Again, that's tinyurl.com/political prisoners LUA. And I will link that into the chat in just a moment for those of you watching from there. All three of these political prisoners' archives are up to date, and if you're feeling ambitious, you can definitely look through all of the court documents there yourself. So now for the layout of the show. We'll discuss one political prisoner in each segment. When we get ready to go to break, we'll open up the phone lines for questions or comments in regards to the case study that we just completed, and we'll take calls when we return from break. After we get through all of these case studies, we'll open up the phones for a general Q&A with any questions regarding any of the political prisoners. So go ahead and take note of these call-in numbers, 218-895-3818. Again, that's 218-895-3818, or on Skype at FPRN Radio Live. So let's get to it. Gary Hunt was a professional land surveyor. Having been the county surveyor for Orange County, Florida from 1974 to 1978, he began private practice in 1978 and continued as such until 1993 when events in Waco, Texas, caused him to leave his business in pursuit of restoring the Constitution. In 1989, he began researching, investigating, and studying history, law, and events where the government was pointing its guns in the wrong direction. He began publishing a patriot newspaper, Outpost of Freedom, in February 1993, when your humble host was a mere 9 months old. Since that time, he has investigated numerous occurrences, including Waco, the murder of Michael Hill, Ohio militia chaplain, Oklahoma City bombing, and other events. He has attended the sites to investigate the events and has reported on his investigations. He has continued to report on his findings on the internet, as well as write articles about other current events, about the history of the Revolutionary Era, and the founding documents. His website can be found at outpost-of-freedom.com/blog. Again, that's outpost-of-freedom.com/blog. And we definitely recommend you go check out his work. There's a lot of material on there. So Gary, welcome to Liberty Under Attack Radio.
Well, thank you for the invitation, Shane.
Oh, not a problem, not a problem. So yeah, Gary, I heard of your name and your work a few years ago, and I never thought I'd be interviewing you, but it's definitely an honor to have you on. How are you doing this evening?
I'm doing fine. I've been busy with the most recent article on Mr. Massey, and we'll get into that when we get into that segment. It was a tough one.
Yeah. So I guess, is there anything I missed in your introduction?
No, I don't think so. I mean, yes, there's a lot that you missed, but I don't think it's relevant.
Fair enough. So I know that you wanted to expound upon the political prisoners definition, Gary, so why don't you go ahead and do that?
Well, political prisoner, by the classical definition, is something you see in the Soviet Union or perhaps Germany, other countries where somebody says, in fact, for a short period in our history under the Constitution, when the Alien and Sedition Acts were in place during John Adams' administration, where you're arrested for what you say or what the threat you pose to government. The sedition laws still exist in this country. Louis Beam was charged with sedition, I think, in the 70s, and he beat that. But it's very hard when there's a Bill of Rights guarantee of freedom of speech. You know, where does that line stop? We know you can't yell fire in a theater, but can I say, fire on the government? Yes, I can. So it's very difficult for them to go after you directly for, let's say, sedition or to imprison you as a political prisoner. So when Shane and I were talking about doing this program, he was thinking political prisoners, but I think more appropriately it's creation of political prisoners because, as he read in the letter, the government's going to go after you with local laws, federal laws, whatever they can. They'll go use any tools available to them to get you imprisoned for a crime, whether real or not. Mm-hmm. To have the effect of being able to go after dissidents, political prisoners within this country.
Indeed. Well put. So we do have a lot to cover tonight, so let's get right into it. So let's talk about Robert Beecher. He violated, or apparently violated, Title 18 U.S.C. 922, paragraph G, subparagraph 1. It shall be unlawful for any person who has been convicted in any court of a crime punishable by imprisonment for a term exceeding 1 year to ship or transport in interstate or foreign commerce, or possess in or affecting commerce any firearm or ammunition, or to receive any firearm or ammunition which has been shipped or transported in interstate or foreign commerce. So, Gary, tell us a little about Robert Beecher.
Well, as near as I can tell, I've corresponded with Beecher since his arrest, not before. He was brought to my attention, and I was introduced to his daughter, Jessie. And Jessie has been the primary source of most of the information I have been able to obtain, but the correspondence from Beecher has been very enlightening as far as his feelings, his attitude towards government. Apparently, he's well known and respected in the biker community in the Southeast. And he was also an active participant in the online portion of Operation Mutual Aid, OMA. OMA is the organization that put out the initial call for people to go to the Bundy Ranch last year, April of last year, or March or April. Don't recall right now. Getting old. However, he was also the first instance where I was aware of the method that the government began to use to get a criminal complaint against Robert Beecher. He ended up taking a plea agreement, but I think we can work our way up to that. But his background is one of activism, and he's got that tie to OMA, and we'll see that tie again.
Okay. Right, awesome. And so let's kind of go through, I guess, the details of his case and his arrest. The way I understand it, there were some fascist Facebook photos, that of him with firearms, or him in the same area as firearms. So why don't you tell us a little about that? How it actually came about, the arrest and the criminal complaint?
Okay, the criminal complaint was based upon, well, it did two things. First, they did a demonization of Robert Beecher. They have to do this because somewhere along the line they've got to get an indictment to before a grand jury. So they'll bring up things that aren't related to the actual crime he's charged with. They accused him of saying certain things on the OMA discussion board. They were different elements of demonization, but then the principal element in getting the criminal complaint by which the search warrant and the arrest warrant were issued were the fact that on his private Facebook page, which was limited access to friends, and we don't know which friend, he had posted pictures. His daughter Jessie had bought him a rifle, and so there's a picture, happy birthday, Dad, and all this. And he was sitting in his home at the time. There were pictures of him outside with the rifle. Well, he was a felon, and his felony was fairly recent. I think that it was in this century, in the early 2000s. But he's been working and otherwise, performing decent function in the community, but activism in the patriot community. So somebody provided access to the private portion of his Facebook page. They grabbed those pictures and they were included in the criminal complaint and subsequently the means of getting the search warrant and arrest warrant and eventually the indictment. So this is the first instance where I am aware of them using Facebook posting pictures. Wow. Who's the accuser here? The camera, Kodak? Who's the accuser that said he had a rifle? And so where do we find a legitimacy under our Constitution for a picture? You can't prove it's a real rifle. It could be an airsoft. It could be a prop. But they get the search warrant then, and they go into his home, and apparently some other FBI agents, along with the local sheriff, were waiting near where he worked. And when they say, yeah, we got the rifles, then they go and arrest him, and he's been in jail since then, or now he's in prison. So they have used beware of what you post on Facebook or what you post anywhere on the internet. For example, the OMA discussions where they were talking about I think the exact wording implied when the government falls apart, we're going to do something, but that's not the way they presented it. They suggested that he was saying we need to attack the government now. So what you say can be used against you, and you don't have to say it in front of somebody that can swear that you said it. They're going to assume that since your name's affixed to it in a discussion group, and think of the ramifications of that. What if somebody poses at me and says something to get me arrested? That if you post any pictures, if you're a convicted felon, or since we know that they're looking at pictures of convicted felons, if you're showing, posting a picture of the 7 rifles, 3 handguns, and all the knives that you got displayed on a blanket, you just gave them an inventory of what you've got. So whether they're registered you or not, if they come to get your guns, they're going to go through that checklist that they got off of that picture and say, okay, where's this Winchester? Where's this AK? Where's this SKS? And you're going to have to answer to them because they're going to have an inventory that you voluntarily gave them, and they can apparently use it legally in prosecution of you. So.
Wow. Yeah, I think there's a couple things you kind of mentioned there that I think we should kind of touch on here. But yeah, we definitely recommend you don't post anything that you wouldn't want the government to see on Facebook. And that's definitely, as Gary said, keep your firearms off of Facebook. There's nothing good that can come out of putting pictures of your firearms on Facebook. So we definitely recommend do so at your own risk. But there's another thing you mentioned. This is something you can kind of see with all of these political prisoners we're going to talk about, and also just in general. They do like to they have to portray a negative image of these people when they take them to trial. Like with Ross Ulbricht, they said he had 2 murder for hire charges. They never pursued those, but they still put them in there so the public thought he was just a disgusting, despicable person. As with Beecher, they did the same thing, said he was pretty much anti-government and things like that. So yeah, the demonization definitely comes before the trial. It's definitely necessary.
And they're definitely going to take that criminal complaint, which they can put anything they want in that, whether it's to justify a warrant or demonization, and that will go before the grand jury. So the grand jury will hear evidence not related to the crime, and that is the effect of demonization, where you bring up what you just said, Shane, about the, that doesn't matter. It's not the crime, so they can say anything they want just about and present it in any form they want.
Yep, indeed. So what happened after that? They got the search warrant. They arrested him. What was the progression?
Final
of
disposition. Well, he was fighting it. I guess I don't want to brag, but I guess I made a name for myself because twice Jesse reported back to me that Robert's attorney said that the USA, when AUSA, the assistant U.S. attorney, was talking with them, said, you can rest assured that Gary Hunt's no friend of ours. Because I wrote a series. It's on the blog. If you put a /blog after the URL that Shane gave earlier, you'll get to the blog, and on the top right search block, if you put Robert Beecher or Beecher, Beecher, it'll show all the articles on Beecher and give the details, links to the documents. I think they're probably all posted on Shane's page as well.
Yep, they are.
But what eventually happened, Robert was gung-ho to fight this. The letters I got from him, I'm ready to go to the mat with this. But then the kicker. Jesse had admittedly it was bought by her through a Class 3 dealer, so the paperwork is there. One of the rifles, the one that was in the pictures, that was the birthday present, they told Robert that if he didn't plea, that they were going to go after Jesse for providing a firearm to a convicted felon. Robert decided to take the plea then, and my antagonizing them may have made it worse for Robert, because he got 15 years willingly. He's in his 50s. He probably, unless he's let out early, may well spend the rest of his life in prison. But he did it, ironically, for what we all fight for, which is our children. To keep any risk of falling upon Jesse for buying that firearm, he was willing to spend 15 years of his life in prison, probably the last 15 or the last years of his life. That's the tool of government. There's no justice associated with that. It's just a belligerent government that is going to get their pound of flesh.
Yeah, that's just dirty tricks. And keep in mind, guys, this is for mala prohibita. This is a victimless crime. He didn't hurt anybody. I mean, these were just firearms in his possession. This is mala prohibita, and he's going to get 15 years for violating that.
So that's it's when I was young, if we read a story like this, we would think that it was Russia or maybe even Nazi Germany. We would not even begin to equate this kind of judicial tactic, this judicial tyranny, not the kind that judges practice, but the kind that the Department of Justice practices, is just foreign to the concept of justice that I was raised with and that I was willing to fight for.
Yeah, indeed. So I'll go ahead and give the call out line again. If you have any questions or comments in regards to Mr. Beecher, feel free to give us a call, 218-895-3818, or on Skype at FPRN Radio Live. So I guess closing thoughts or conclusions for Mr. Beecher.
Learn from this, and it will get worse as we progress through the next few episodes.
Yeah. Learn from this situation. Definitely learn from this situation. Because they very well might use the same tactics again. I'm sure they will. So, you want to go ahead and move on to Massey?
I'm ready to go on with Massey. Yes.
Okay. All right. Kevin Casey Massey also is being charged with violating Title 18 U.S.C. 922, paragraph G, subparagraph 1. It shall be unlawful for any person who has been convicted in any court of a crime punishable by imprisonment for a term exceeding 1 year to ship or transport in interstate or foreign commerce, or possess in or affecting commerce any firearm or ammunition, or to receive any firearm or ammunition which has been shipped or transported in interstate or foreign commerce. So, Gary, tell us about how this all kind of started down there in Camp Lone Star.
Well, Kevin Massey, Casey Massey is how he's known and prefers to be called, was established the first, let's say, viable operation on the Texas border to stop the flow of immigrants across the border into the United States. They turned people back if they got too far in. They set them on the ground, called BPS, and had BPS come and pick them up, and they'd have a good working relationship with at least some of the BPS officers. Some of the BPS officers take their job seriously, just like some cops take their job seriously, but there are always the bad cops and there are always the bad BPS agents. But after setting up this successful operation, Camp Lone Star by name, Casey decided to do a radio program. And now, let me back up just a little. Casey was also active in the discussion and a member of OMA, though he, like Beecher, did not go to the Bundy Ranch. But then he became outspoken, kind of like a guy named Charles Dyer, in talking about what was going on in the world and how we needed to stop it. So he was becoming quite well known, both because of what he did at Camp Lone Star and subsequently with the radio program. So it wasn't very long after the radio program that all these events occurred. Now, I had met Casey prior to that. There was an effort to stop what was called a border shutdown operation, and somebody that was not involved with it was suggesting bombs or dynamite and blowing up bridges and all that. It got shut down, and KC got that end of the story. Now, Stacey Barth in California was the one behind it, and I ended up meeting Stacey, not in person, but talking with her extensively on Skype or on the phone over what went wrong with this organization. And I look for the people that are bad elements in the Patriot community. And she was sincere in just getting a demonstration to block the border physically for a few hours or a day or two. And so it seemed like a legitimate demonstration that would more than likely get mainstream media attention and bring more attention of people away from the border to what was happening on the border. So she wanted to try it again. So I called KC, got his number, and called him. And our first conversation, I explained where she was and that this thing about bombs and any shooting or anything was not a part of the original program, and it was basically sabotaged by the intervention of the person that was getting those messages out, purporting to be part of the management of the or organizational part of the border shutdown operation. So we got talking, and we got to be pretty good friends. We talked probably once or twice a week, and look forward to meeting each other in person someday. And maybe it'll be next month, the way things are going. But at any rate, I knew Casey ahead of time, and which I did not with Beecher. I never met Beecher and only worked primarily through Jesse. So when this happened, one of the first people he contacted was me, because he knew what I had been writing about Beecher. The Beecher story was ongoing at that time. Yep. And so it's been all the way through. I've been in contact with Casey. When he was first arrested, he called me from jail. He was held at Willacy Federal Detention Center initially, and then he was released on his own recognizance, unsecured bond, and he was out until shortly before the first hearing was coming up. And then he made the mistake of smoking a joint and failing a piss test. He realizes it's a mistake, but then we talk about that, and it might not have been a mistake after all, because After that, he was put back in jail. In fact, on his jacket, they put Aryan Brotherhood, and he detested Aryan Brotherhood and was never a member of it. He's a biker. He was a member of the Cossacks, which was one of the a long time ago, quite a while ago, but he left them a long time ago. But they were one of the Cossacks and Bandidos were the principal belligerents in the Waco shooting just a few months ago.
Mm-hmm.
But they put Aryan Brotherhood on his jacket when he went to prison. The U.S. Marshal Service did. And because of that, he was put in solitary confinement. They keep the temperature quite low. They give you one blanket. Kevin's 6'4". The blankets are 6 foot long. I'm 6'1", and I've been in jail with a 6 foot blanket, and you've got to learn how to tuck everything in and bundle up to try and stay warm.
Yeah.
So that began the ordeal with Kevin, and is the background in his case.
Let me mention one thing, because we mentioned it with Beecher as well. The demonization. Obviously, the Aryan Brotherhood got him in solitary. May have been a form of demonization, but I know I was looking at our good friends over at the Southern Poverty Law Center. They had a post on Massey, and I think in the search warrant, I don't remember what it was called, the itemization of the search warrant, what they found there. There was some sort of chemical. And like on there, it said some sort of chemical that could be used to like make bombs. And Southern Poverty Law Center jumped on top of that, obviously, as they are known to do. Whenever I saw that, I was like, okay, so like if this is true, then why are they even going after him for the firearm? Like they would be just hammering that one down. So yeah, I think that was probably at least the SPLC's attempt to demonize. I'm not sure if there was anything else that transpired for the demonization of Massey, but we're coming up on this first break. Real quick, so Massey was on home detention. You mentioned.
Well, let's talk about this explosive. It's not inaccurate. It's not accurate either. Tannerite is readily available. You mix a couple components. One of them diesel fuel, aluminum powder. I don't remember all the elements, but you can buy them in a gun store, and you use them to make exploding targets.
Yeah.
And so they're calling it an explosive. And SPLC picked up on it, and I think in the first SPLC they said he had ammonium nitrate and diesel fuel, which is true, and he probably had enough to blow his nose with, but, when you're going to demonize somebody, do it don't do it gracefully. Don't do it honestly. Demonize the hell out of him.
Of course. And we're coming to this first break. Got any questions on Massey? Give us a call, 218-895-3818, or on Skype at FPRN Radio Live. We'll take the calls when we come back.
In every age, a technology is created that upends the foundations of society. The wheel, the printing press, the internet. Now, in a world sliding into financial chaos, a new technology is changing the way monetary systems work around the world. It is called Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a new form of money, controlled not by banks, governments, or corporations, but through mutual commerce between free individuals. To learn more, visit weusecoins.com.
Hi everyone, this is Shane, the host of Liberty Under Attack Radio on the Freedom Phalanx Radio Network. If you follow LUA, you know that we put out a lot of content, the biggest compilation being my Adventures in Illinois Law series. In this series, I witnessed tyranny firsthand, and it was one of the major reasons I jumped off the minarchist ship and came to true freedom, which is voluntarism. This series is now available in anthology and audiobook format at libertyunderattack.com. Again, that is libertyunderattack.com. Make sure to tune in live every Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on fprnradio.com.
Thanks for listening to FPRN. Don't forget to check us out on Facebook and Twitter. If you'd like to start your own show with FPRN, advertise with us, or donate to the network or to your favorite shows, check out our website at www.fprnradio.com.
Welcome back to Liberty Under Attack Radio, here on the Freedom Phalanx Radio Network. We're joined by Gary Hunt from Outpost of Freedom to discuss the creation of political prisoners. His website is outpost-of-freedom.com/blog. Again, outpost-of-freedom.com/blog. So, Gary, Stan, welcome back.
So, Massey we have a lot more information on Massey than we do on Beecher because of my constant communication. But we get a little bit different picture here. It wasn't pictures posted on Facebook in this case. What it was is it appears, and there are a number of reasons, and if we go chronologically, we're going to lose some context in this. So I think the best thing to do is get out of order a little bit in presenting it, but we'll try and stay chronological as far as the principal events.
Okay.
Camp Lone Star, occasionally the guys would get together and say, okay, let's go on patrol. And they were patrolling some private property, and they had wanted to talk to the owner of Sable Palms, which has both public and private areas. Some are off limits to the public, but it's a preserve. And so the morning of the event, and that's not the arrest, the morning of the event, they decided they were going to go on patrol. It was late morning. They decided they were going to go on patrol, and they were going to stop by and speak with the owner of the Sable Palms Preserve. There were two people that are questionable in this whole thing as far as perhaps being informants for the government. One we're pretty sure, and the other one we're not so sure of. So I'm not going to mention the one that we're not so sure of. His initials, though, are AS. But the one that we're pretty sure of is a fellow named John Forrester. He went by the name Jesus. So the three guys going on the mission that day, or on the patrol that day, were Casey Massey, Varner, who goes by the name of Wolf, and John Forrester, who goes by the name Jesus or Jesus. I guess he goes by Jesus because he's not Mexican. So, but Jesus is the one that we've kind of fingered as being an informant for the government. And he left the Camp Lone Star shortly after the shooting. In fact, both of them. No, he left shortly after the shooting. Casey asked who wants to go on patrol. Jesus and Wolf said, we'll go with you. And Jesus and Wolf went and got the this little four-wheeled buggy thing. I don't know what they call them, but mule, I guess. But Massey had some stuff to do in their office or their headquarters before he left. So Forrester didn't have time to make a phone call, but AS was knew they were going and had time. Wolf told me that Forrester could not have made a phone call while they were waiting for Casey. But we have a feeling a phone call was made to BPS or to FBI probably, saying they're going to be going on patrol out there. So they went out and they stopped at and met the owner or manager, whatever he was, proprietor of the Sable Palms Preserve, spoke with him and got permission to operate on his property as well. Now, some of the property right against the border is still privately owned. A lot of it is a buffer that's federal lands now they've acquired. So they go out to go on patrol, and as they're going on patrol, Jesus is closest to the river, the Rio Grande, then a few hundred feet away, but shortly after they started out, not visible was Varner, and then a few hundred feet further on was Massey. But shortly, and when they started out on the paths, they were close together, but that separated further and further as they progressed. One of the BPS officers met Varner and was talking to him when 5 shots were heard. The BPS officer on his radio found out that a shooting had occurred closer to the river. Massey heard it, and he was walking towards that location when he met Varner and the BPS agent, and they continued down and met the shooter and Forrester. Forrester was the one that was shot at. He was shot at from 30 feet away. 5 shots were fired at him, and none of them hit him. In more recent information conveyed, which I got from Massey very recently, a guy that was at Willacy with him is back at the Massey's currently in the county jail. A guy that had come from Willacy had met Forrester, and apparently Forrester said the 4 shots walked up towards him and the 5th one just missed him. Whether that's true or not, we don't know. But they were missed from 30 feet away. If you can imagine that, that's missing the ceiling if you fall on your back and point straight up and pull the trigger. It's almost impossible. So anyway, the shooting occurred. Now, interestingly, after the shooting, according to testimony, Forrester put the weapon down on the ground, dropped it or put it down on the ground. However, according to testimony, when Forrester and the shooter, the BPS agent that did the shooting, came out, Forrester was carrying his firearm at his down, pointed down, but in his hand. Now, if there's a shooting and you got a bad guy, you take his weapon away. But the BPS agent didn't give his up, and Forrester didn't give his up, and Massey and Varner still had theirs. But then they all came together, and the Varner and Massey knew nothing more than any of the BPS agents. They heard the shots. That's all. The only thing they knew was Forrester was over in that direction. So they're witnesses to virtually nothing. That's, there's a bank robbery and you're 3 blocks away and not even in line to the bank robbery. Are you a witness to the bank robbery? But so they wanted to detain them as witnesses.
Yep. And let's emphasize that Massey was not in the area of the shooting. Let's just make that very clear. He could not have been a suspect in the shooting.
Right. The only knowledge he had, and the agent that was with Varner knew this, because Massey was further away than Varner, and all Varner and the other agent heard was 5 shots. And without the radio, they wouldn't have known what was happening until they got to the location where the shooting occurred. And Massey was further away, so neither one of them could possibly shed any light on what was happening any more than the agent that was talking to Varner at the time.
Yeah.
So this reeks of a setup, because then even though they were allowed to keep their weapons, finally one of them said, well, in case something happens, I think you ought to put your weapons up. So they put them in the mule, and then it was suggested that, well, what if some illegals sneak up and get them out of the mule? They'll be armed, so why don't you put them in the back of the BPS truck? So the weapons ended up in the back of the BPS truck. But prior to that, Massey had said, can we leave? We didn't witness anything. Well, we wanted to detain you to question you. Now, this becomes interesting in terms of the legal battle that's going on. Was it a detention? Was it a stop? What legal characteristic did this have? More recently, in one of the articles we write about it, the state of Texas has given certain authority to certain agents of the government, but it's very limited authority, especially with regard to arrests, that there has to be a felony before they can make an arrest. Either the Texas law says a violation of Texas law. The prosecutor Hagan in the court proceedings presented something that said that they could arrest him also for a federal felony. But there's no felony here because they don't know if Massey is a convicted felon or not, or do they? And here's where we get out of sequence. Later on, when Massey's second attorney, Louis Sorello, had access to some of the discovery items, there was a notice that the NCIC computer was searched for Kevin Lyndall Massey 35 minutes before the shooting, and he confirmed the time zone to make sure that was correct. So This is where it begins to look like a setup. 35 minutes before the shooting, but after they have left Camp Lone Star, somebody runs NCIC on Massey, so they have a fresh piece of paper saying, this guy's a convicted felon. However, if you look at all the testimony in trial, nobody knew he was a felon until the sheriff, some 2.5, 3 hours later, said he called into the sheriff's department to have them run Massey and Varner, but not Forrester. But we don't have those reports. We don't even know if the sheriff ran it or if they lied in the testimony in a hearing. We have no evidence that there was ever a run on Varner. Forrester, the one involved in the criminal act, but the criminal act was performed by BPS in violation of their policy. But the only one we have record of is Massey, and it was 35 minutes before the shooting, but they acted like they didn't know. So this begins to look and smell like a setup.
Oh, yeah.
And other things that happened subsequently enhance that. So the picture that we've put together over a period of time is AS, when he saw them going on patrol, made a phone call. After that phone call, they ran Massey, because he's the guy they targeted, not Varner, not Forrester. And Forrester has a criminal record, by the way. Varner does not. So Forrester was a felon in possession, too, and was charged with that, and I think he pled to that. But he's still pending drug charges. This thing reeks. And in sticking to the possibility that Forrester was an informant, so he leaves Camp Lone Star shortly after that. Nobody's arrested that day. They're finally released after almost 4 hours. Not too long later, Forrester leaves Camp Lone Star. I think, some people welcomed him leaving. But the night before the arrest, there was a conference call, and it was dealing with what turned into Operation American Freedom, which was an event that was supposed to go to Washington. I was on the call, Massey was on the call, Varner was there, and some other people were there. I was here. They were in a motel room now. They had a motel room rented all the time for taking showers. It was for the use of anybody at Camp Lone Star that wanted a good night's sleep, a shower, get cleaned up, because the camp situation was basically a rustic camp. They didn't have the facilities for the conveniences. So during this call, Forrester shows up after weeks of being gone. And he hangs around for a while and ended up leaving some mail even that was addressed to him in the room when he finally left. And he didn't seem to have any purpose being there. So that night after the conference call, the others went back. Massey stayed in the motel room. Next morning, he was contacted by a BPS agent that he had met. That BPS agent had arranged for him to meet another BPS agent who had some pictures, and he wanted to see if Massey could identify those pictures as anybody he'd seen crossing the border. So Massey agreed to meet the guy, but he had a lot of phone calls to make, and so he got another call. When are you coming? When are you coming? And I'll be there as soon as I can. And even a little while later, probably an hour and a half after he was supposed to go meet this guy, he walks out of the motel room. And as he describes it, 15 to 20 armed government agents, mostly FBI, are waiting at the bottom of the stairs, and they arrest him. Now, our guess is that they were sitting out there in the nice warm weather in their suits for an hour and a half because they expected him to go to the meeting at the given time. So that seems to be a setup, too, to get him to be unaware when he walked out of the motel room for their own safety. I mean, after all, there were only 15 of them with guns drawn. And here's Massey with a holstered pistol. I mean, he's a real threat to these guys. So he was arrested at that point. When he was taken in and booked, they ran a piss test on him, and it showed marijuana. So they included drug testing when he was released subsequently on the bond. But the fact that Forrester was there and could confirm to BPS that Massey was spending the night in the motel room is significant, again, in figuring Forrester is very likely an informant, and we have nothing that suggests to the contrary in that case. Now, the AS, Massey was arrested, I think, on a Monday morning. Maybe it was Tuesday. I think it was Monday morning. But by the end of the week, AS had left Camp Lone Star to go back to Louisiana, and later was reportedly had gone to Alaska. I haven't tried to keep track of him, but just a feeling that perhaps now his criminal record isn't bad, but it's not good either. So whether he was what role he played, we still don't know, and maybe someday we'll find out, maybe not. But at this point, it's not worth pursuing. So that, in a nutshell, is what led up to this whole thing.
Okay. All right. So we've kind of laid out the timeline of events. Definitely looking like a setup. So there was actually one question in the chat before I move forward to, I guess, his trial. Someone asked, wasn't Forrester at Bundy?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't recall. I kind of doubt it. I could probably find out, but I don't think he was. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. So let's get into the trial here. So he failed the piss test and was sent to solitary. And then his first hearing was how long after that?
First hearing was not until I was supposed to have that ready, wasn't I?
You're all right.
Anyway, he'd been out for 5 or 6 months. And he was talking all the time about having to take the piss test, and they wanted him to go into Dallas, drive 87 miles to take the piss test once. And we had been talking about it, and Sorolla had told him, if you just don't take a piss test, they won't violate you. So he decided not to take a piss test. Now, he didn't tell me this until after he did it, but he decided he was going to smoke a joint because that would be one way of making sure that he went on his diet of not taking a piss test. He knew he had THC in his system, so he could not take a piss test. He committed himself. In fact, he smoked another joint 2 days before the hearing. And when he went down for the hearing, he didn't piss initially, and so they held him afterwards. And when he finally pissed, he pissed positive, so at that point he went back to jail, and that's when the jacket at the Sheriff's Department had the Aryan Brotherhood on it. But during the course of this, as the case progressed, his first attorney was Ed Skinowich, and he wanted Ed to do some things, and Ed wouldn't do them, challenge jurisdiction, certain things, and Ed just wanted to basically plead him out. He had been told that Ed Skinowich was a good lawyer when he worked for the state, when he was in private practice, and that he got a lot of people off. And, I didn't look into Skinowich's background, but that was Casey's report. So then Skinowich could not get along with Casey, so he resigned. And so we talk about divine providence sometime in a lot of things that happen that just are really coincidental. But the next on the list of public defenders was some lady, but she was busy. She was visiting her mother or something like that, so he ended up with Louis Sorello. Now, we had been talking about his case. One of the interesting articles on the blog is Liberty or Laws, and I think the title of that is Felon in Possession is Not Illegal or Unlawful. And that deals strictly with 922G1. But there's another law that is applicable too, and that is Texas state law. And in Texas law, this article, the one that deals with this, is called Clash of Law. Under Texas law, if you have been convicted of felony, and after the completion of your entire sentence, including any probation or anything else, 5 years after that, under Texas law, you have a right to possess weapons under certain circumstances, including going hunting. So it's they kind of open a lot of doors, but I guess they leave the other ones closed. That way they can bust you if you go rob a bank or a store or something. So you've got Texas law that says that you have a right to, that Kevin Massey, Casey Massey, has a right to bear a firearm, to have a firearm legally under the conditions prescribed in those statutes, the respective statutes. So he did. So Texas law says he can. Federal law says he can't. So there's a clash of laws here. Why does Texas legislature and the Texas governor believe that they can pass and then the governor sign into law a law that says you can have a firearm when the federal government says you can't? Well, when you read the federal law, and I don't know if you noticed, but the first time Shane read that for Beecher, he emphasized a short phrase, but let me read these two phrases from 922G1. To ship or transport in interstate or foreign commerce, or possess in or affecting commerce any firearm or ammunition, or to receive any firearm or ammunition which has been shipped or transported in interstate commerce. Now, the word has, what does that mean?
Well, has means currently, or like currently happening.
Right, immediately out of. As I don't remember. It's in the article. I'm getting old, but it's in the article what it means grammatically. But it's something has an immediacy to an event. Where had means anything way back yonder. So it says, receive any firearm or ammunition which has been shipped. So the analogy I used in the article I wrote is we've got interstate commerce. It's the overpass, the pedestrian overpass over a road. And there's a stairway up and a stairway down. So when I ship, let's see the first part, to ship, I move it up. To transport, I move it across. And to receive, I move it down. But once it gets to the sidewalk, it's now intrastate, not interstate. It's out of the authority of the Commerce Clause. And the gun-free school zone federal law was turned over on account of that very concept, that commerce is limited to the act of commerce. Now, they're trying to read into this whole thing that has means had, if it's ever been there. And then when they go to the grand jury, I don't know if they give them the actual law, but the wording in the indictment said has ever been in interstate commerce. So, see, they're stretching beyond what the law says in the words. And this is one of the legal battles that's going on. The other one is the clash of laws. If Texas says I can and you say I can't, well, what does the 10th Amendment say about that?
Yeah. Now that we're kind of talking about that, there was one point in one of your articles, and I'll read this real quick. It was titled "Camp Lone Star: The World Turned Upside Down," and you kind of mentioned this this jurisdictional battle here. So I'm going to read this real quick. Quote, "Let's enter another interesting realm based upon the discussion between Massey and Hagen. Mr. Hagen states that Massey was not on the premises where he lived. Now, the discussion centered on whether the premises were the house, the building, or the property that the house was on. Blacks tells us that the estate, the premise, is the land and buildings thereon. So here we have another discrepancy between the law, Texas Penal Code Section 46.04, applicable in Texas, whereby Massey can possess a firearm, and the federal interpretation. Mr. Hagen says the house, the state law says the premise. This was discussed and absent the recent reinterpretation in Camp Lone Star, Massey and the Clash of Laws. But that is not quite the point we want to make. By Mr. Hagen even suggesting that Massey might not have been charged with the crime if he had not been in his house, he also recognizes the validity of the state law. However, since Massey wasn't in his house, then the feds can charge him with felon in possession regardless of the wording of the law of that law, because he's not in his house. Is the implication that Texas law would have applied had Massey been in his house? If so, why would Texas law not apply if Massey were not in his house? And if it did apply, if Massey was not in his house or on the premises, then it would still be Texas jurisdiction since the Massey house is in Texas. And if the feds can assume jurisdiction over any land in Texas, can't they also assume jurisdiction in Massey's house? End quote. So why don't you talk about we've got about 2 minutes. We can continue this after the break, but let's go ahead and kind of get into this. As far as my understanding, I definitely get the point of the Texas law versus federal law, but I think there's definitely a jurisdictional issue here as well. Can you speak a little more to that?
Well, the 10th Amendment, and it reads, the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution nor prohibited by it to the states are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. So, and this article I was working on today is a consequence of the most recent paper chase in the trial, but if it's not enumerated or clearly an authority granted by the Constitution, then it's reserved to the state. Now, why would Texas enact this law? They also included hunting, transporting the firearm, and things like that. When I mentioned there are other laws, there's 46 something. So we've got Texas believes that they can enact laws because that right is not left with the federal government, and so they enact laws. Now, laws are rules of action. If the law says you can't go up that stairway and another law says you can't go down that stairway, what good is the stairway? If you've got a federal law that says you can't go up, state law says you can't go down, what do you abide by? Now, according to the 10th Amendment, unless the federal government can prove that theirs is senior, which means that the state would have to relinquish their law, subordinate, and then remove theirs from the book, then we must assume that the Texas presumes the authority to enact a law that's saying that he can possess the firearm under the conditions prescribed in the law. So it is kind of confusing. Where do you stand when you're caught in the middle between laws that clash like that?
It's a good question, and we are coming up to break. Give us a call, 218-895-3818, or on Skype at FPRN Radio Live if you have any questions regarding Massey. We'll be right back after this short break.
Mr. President, members of Congress, you've been making a lot of noise about taking our guns away. But you might want to review history. 1835, Gonzales, Texas Territory. The authorities wanted to confiscate the big gun that protected that colony. You know what the people said? Come and take it. Because they were willing to fight for their freedom and their guns. So are we.
Come and take it if you want it. Come and take it if you think you can. Come and take it, but I warn you, you'll have to pry it from my cold dead hands. We want the freedom that God gave us, so you best not cross that line. If you want this gun, you gotta come through us and take it.
One shot at a time. Just like Gonzales, we're keeping our guns.
Hi everyone, this is Shane, the host of Liberty Under Attack Radio on the Freedom Phalanx Radio Network. If you follow LUA, you know that we put out a lot of content, the biggest compilation being my Adventures in Illinois Law series. In this series, I witnessed tyranny firsthand, and it was one of the major reasons I jumped off the Minarchist ship and came to true freedom, which is voluntarism. This series is now available in anthology and audiobook format at libertyunderattack.com. Again, that is libertyunderattack.com. Make sure to tune in live every Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on fprnradio.com.
Thanks for listening to FPRN. Don't forget to check us out on Facebook and Twitter. If you'd like to start your own show with FPRN, advertise with us, or donate to the network or to your favorite shows, check out our website at www.fprnradio.com.
They're lying. They're lying. It's so easy that they're not even trying. They say whatever fits the mood.
And we are back. I'm your host, Shane, and I'm joined by my co-host, Stan. Got any questions regarding Kevin Massey? Feel free to give us a call, 218-895-3818, or on Skype at FPRN Radio Live. Our guest this evening is Gary Hunts from the Outpost of Freedom. His website is outpost-of-freedom.com/blog. So, Stan, how's it going, brother? You still with us?
Yep, I'm still here.
Deal, good deal. Enjoying yourself?
Oh, yeah. Just taking in the great facts of Gary Hunt here. You know, he knows what he's talking about. So listen up.
Listen up. There you go. So Gary, before we went to break, we were discussing the jurisdictional issues and the clash of laws. So is there anything else you'd like to talk about in regards to that, or do you want to move forward?
Well, I think that, Massey had worked there many months on Border Patrol. They had a very cooperative relationship with Border Patrol, at least once that I'm aware of. But I think on more occasions they actually turned over people that they could not turn back at the river. They tried to catch them at the river, display the guns, not shoot, but display the guns and yell at them and scream and tell them to go back across the river. Sometimes they'd leave their packages floating down the river. They were so scared. But they would, whenever the illegals got too far in, they would detain them and call BPS and have them picked up. They frequently ran into Border Patrol. In fact, the morning of the shooting, when they first got there, they met the agent that may have been the one that shot at Forrester, and they said, "Do you need some help?" And he said yes. And so there was a very cooperative relationship with BPS to that point. And the rules of Camp Lone Star is you go armed when you go on patrol for your own safety. And so Massey was seen with firearms in his possession all this time. But wait, that's going to be a tough one. That's not like a picture on Facebook that they can take into the grand jury. So they had to, the reason for the setup probably pretty much revolves around they wanted something solid, at least apparently more solid, in which to justify charging them with felon in possession of a firearm, which is the illegal detention that they conducted to the non-witnesses to the event.
Yep, and I think that is interesting. That was kind of one thing I was kind of pondering. I mean, they've been working with Border Patrol for a while, and he was probably possessing a firearm every single time. So if he was in violation, if he was in violation of this code, then he was in violation of it multiple times in their presence. That's like that to me was kind of before you kind of divulged information on the phone call made 35 minutes before. At that point, I was like, they could have gotten him any time, and they just randomly decided to do it now. Like, it was just something kind of lingered in my mind. So it definitely looked like a setup. Even early on, it just wasn't necessarily provable.
Right. It was circumstantial, but as we progressed and got additional evidence or additional information through the judicial process, these pieces fell so neatly into place that there could be little doubt, one, that Forrester was a player in it because of the subsequent the night before the arrest, as well as the shooting and not getting hit, and two, the role AES probably played. Now, one more thing about AES that day, AES waited out. He never did this before. He waited out for these guys to return. Whether they heard the shots or not, we don't know. But he waited for them to come back from their mission, which was after 6 o'clock in the evening when they had left. I think 1:30 or so, 1 o'clock or 1:30. He was waiting anxiously to find out what happened. Now, why would he wait out there anxiously, waiting to see what's going to happen when he had never done so before? So This is the circumstantial stuff.
Okay. All right. So let's move forward. There was a document released this week. I think it was a response to motion, the state's response to the motion to dismiss. And I kind of want to talk about that a little bit. So why don't you give us an overview of what was in that document, what it means, and then we can kind of go through the comical parts of it here in just a moment.
You got to bring us up to these most recent motions. 2 motions were filed a while back. One was the motion to suppress evidence based upon the detention, the illegal detention, the fact that they had no right to show he had firearms or anything like that. Basically it has to do with that clash of laws concept. But the other one was the has-had argument that I mentioned earlier, the actual grammar of the law. If a law is a rule of action, should it be in a language that you and I can understand if we're bound to abide by it. So the first motion to dismiss indictment was based primarily on the has-had argument. At a hearing about a month ago, Judge Hannon, now Andrew Hannon's the judge in this case, and Andrew Hannon, just to refresh people's minds, is the one that said DOJ was lying to him about granting work permits to illegals. I mean, it was big news, 4 or 5 months ago, and it's an ongoing issue. DOJ lied to the federal judge, and he's not pleased about it, about the fact that they were still issuing work permits when the court ordered that they cease until certain matters were resolved. So this is the judge in the case, and he's not a friend of the Department of Justice to begin with. But he denied the first motion, and I read his order denying it, and it just did not make sense. It did not address the points that were brought up in Cirillo's motion to dismiss. So the month ago, against Hagen's, it gets confusing. Hagen's the prosecuting assistant U.S. attorney. Judge Hannon is the judge in the case. But Hagen was very upset when Judge Hannon told Mr. Cirillo that that the wording was probably not correct in the original motion to dismiss, and that he was willing to listen to the jurisdictional argument. So as a consequence, Louis Cirillo filed this most recent one on,
I think it was the
5th. The 5th, a few days ago. He made the deadline. And I'll tell you what, my mouth's getting dry. Why don't you read from 2 on down?
Okay, give me 1 second
if you don't
here.
mind.
Yeah, I actually don't have that up. Yeah, just bear with me for a moment,
Here,
guys.
I'll do it then. Okay, defendant asked the court to take judicial notice of the prior motion, which is the first motion to dismiss, and incorporate those facts in this motion. Then he says 18 U.S. Code 922 G1 violates the 10th Amendment. The 10th Amendment provides the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. As this amendment makes clear, and as the Supreme Court has long recognized, the federal government is one of enumerated limited powers. Then he cites McCullough v. Maryland, an 1803 Supreme Court decision, which says that accordingly, the federal government may act only where the Constitution so authorizes. And then he cites another case, New York versus United States from 1992. And then he says a corollary to this rule is that Congress may not act in areas prohibited to it. As Justice Thomas noted in his concurrence in Prince versus United States, this is a 1997 decision, Thomas, in his concurring opinion, said the Constitution places whole areas outside of the reach of Congress, such as the First Amendment's preventing Congress from prohibiting the free exercise of religion or abridging the freedom of speech. Justice Thomas went on to explain that the Second Amendment similarly appears to contain an express limitation on the government's authority, and stated that this court has not had recent occasion to consider the nature of the substantive rights safeguarded by the Second Amendment. If, however, the Second Amendment is read to confer a personal right to keep and bear arms, a colorable argument exists that the federal government's regulatory scheme, at least as it pertains to the purely intrastate sale or possession of firearms, runs afoul of the amendment's protection. Although Prince dealt with a successful challenge to the Brady Act's requirement that state law enforcement officers conduct background checks on prospective handgun purchasers, the logic of Justice Thomas's reasoning is compelling with respect to 922 G1. The 10th Amendment limits federal power. The Second Amendment specifically prohibits the federal government from infringing the individual right to bear arms. Thus, it surely cannot be constitutional for the federal government to prohibit a person's purely intrastate. Now, intrastate is within the state, interstate is between states. So Similar. This is all about intrastate within the state of Texas, intrastate possession of firearms. So that was the motion that Judge Hannon allowed Attorney Cirillo to resubmit to the court. That is 3 pages long. Boy, it's a long one. I read everything except the lead-in stuff and the signatures. But then on the 11th, ironically, Hagan filed his response to Massey's second opposed motion to dismiss the indictment, and this thing is 24 pages long. Now, I got to tell you, my first reaction when I saw this, it reminded me of an old line from W.C. Fields. And that line is, if you can't dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit.
It's a fair statement.
And so, that came to mind as I was probably on the 5th or 6th page of the 24 pages when that occurred to me. This is bullshit. But, I mean, briefly going through this, Hagan talks about legal theory, which is rather interesting. I don't know how much detail we want to go into here, but he mentions legal theory 7 times in the course of these 24 pages. But then he uses a legal theory, accusing Cirillo of using legal theory in defense of Massey. He uses a legal theory that I find quite interesting. His legal theory is that where is it now? Were Congress to make the proper findings and act in the interest of the general welfare of the people of the United States, it is theoretically possible Congress could, and theoretically possible that Congress does have the constitutional power to regulate and criminalize all possession of firearms by felons. Now, he's theorizing that Congress has the authority under the general welfare provision of the Constitution to outlaw possession by all felons. But for some reason, Congress back in 1934 realized that they were stretching it to control social behavior with the Commerce Clause that at that time could only tax and has only subsequently gotten into the realm of criminal punishment. But if Congress could do it that way and they wanted to affect all felons, they would have done it under the general welfare provision. But they didn't. So let's look back at the commerce provision and what they did. What they said is, if it's gone in interstate commerce. So suppose I live in a state that both makes firearms but does not make ammunition. Well, I can possess the firearm, but I can't possess the ammunition. And if I live in another state that makes the ammunition and not the firearm, I can possess the ammunition, but not the firearm. If I live in a state that makes both of them, I can possess the weapon and the firearm. And if I live in a state that makes neither of them, I cannot possess the firearm, nor can I possess the ammunition.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, that was the next point I was going to bring up. Go ahead.
Where does equal justice under the law come into play in this, where it depends on where you live, whether you can have a firearm, ammunition, or both, or none, neither? So if the intent was truly to go after felons in possession in all cases, they surely would have used the general welfare provision to do it. But I think that Congress is a hell of a lot smarter than Mr. Hagan in realizing that the general welfare does not give them a blanket to tell us what color toilet paper we can use. Exactly. So, this is what was so humorous about bedazzle with bullshit. My phraseology on that, but baffle with bullshit from W.C. Fields. So that's one of the strong ones, and his was more of a theory than believe me, way more of a political or legal theory than anything suggested by Cirillo, because Cirillo backs everything up with documentation, not just, hey, well, why don't they They should have. He actually suggests they do have the right to use general welfare to do it.
And that's definitely interesting. And if I can step in just real quick, I like to read I actually put this in my notes because it's a really interesting point. So it's from page 18 in that response that Gary's referring to. It says, quote, well, the government does not need to prove anything beyond the fact that the weapons in defendant's possession were manufactured somewhere other than the state of Texas. It is worth noting where and in what activity defendant possesses weapons, end quote. So, and that was kind of one of the things that kind of blew my mind. So, like, this all comes down to whether or not the firearm he possessed was manufactured in Texas or not. That's just really ridiculous to me, and it seems extremely arbitrary.
Now, when I read Sorello's, he referred to McCullough versus Maryland, an 1803 decision, too. And this gets interesting, too, because of what Hagen says in his response and his conclusion. I'm going to quote portions from his response. This is quotes from McCullough versus Maryland, written in 1803. This government is acknowledged by all to be one of enumerated powers, but there is no phrase in the instrument which, like the Articles of Confederation, excludes incidental or implied powers, and which requires that everything granted shall be expressly and minutely described. Even the 10th Amendment, which was framed for the purpose of quieting excessive jealousies which had been excited, omits the word expressly and declares only that powers not delegated to the United States nor prohibited to the states are reserved to the states or the people, thus leaving the question whether the particular power which may become subject of contest has been delegated to one government or prohibited to the other, to depend on a fair construction of the whole instrument, meaning the Constitution. So with respect to the whole Penal Code of the United States, whence arises the power to punish in cases not prescribed by the Constitution, all admit that the government may legitimately punish any violation of its laws, and yet this is not among the enumerated powers of Congress. He stops right there, and then Hagen's comment regarding those quotes: it should come as no surprise, then, that the Supreme Court ruled in McCullough v. Maryland that Congress had the power to incorporate a bank despite having no specifically enumerated power to do so. The precedent set nearly 200 years ago in McCullough v. Maryland works against the defendant, not for him. So let's kind of look at that. The Constitution did provide for establishing the value of the coin of the realm, prohibiting counterfeiting and all this. So the enumerated powers did get into banking and currency. So the implication that they can get involved in that would also be easily extended to say that they could create a bank. So I see a nexus there. But let's look at the Second Amendment, or let's look at the context that Sorrell is putting this in. Hagen is suggesting that the power is not given explicitly to the state, but is given to the federal government, implying that it's given to the federal government because of the Commerce Clause, or perhaps he means also the General Welfare Clause. But I looked through the Constitution again just to make sure I didn't make a mistake, and I did not see anything that said the right to bank, to create banks shall not be infringed. But I couldn't find it. In fact, the only infringed I could find in there was the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So there is a prohibition against the intrusion of federal government in the right of the people to keep and bear arms. So there is a do not go here in the Constitution, a prohibition against that, which is why back in 1934 they realized they could not make it criminal. They could only make it a commercial issue and tax it, which is all they did in 1934. So let's go one step further. Now, if Congress did have the authority to, as Hagen suggested under the general welfare provision of the Constitution, outlaw possession of firearms by felons, there was a logical place to put that. Very briefly, 10 U.S. Code Section 311 militia composition and classes. The militia of the United States consists of all able-bodied males at least 17 years of age, and except as provided in Section 313 of Title II, under 45 years of age, who are or who have made a declaration of intention to become citizens of the United States, and of female citizens of the United States who are members of the National Guard, and then it goes into organized and unorganized militia. However, 10 U.S. Code, the next section, 10 U.S. Code, Section 312, militia duty, exceptions. The following persons are exempt from militia duty: the Vice President, the judicial and executive powers of the United States, the judicial and executive officers of the United States, the several states, the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Virgin Islands, members of the armed forces except members who are not on active duty, custom house clerks, persons employed by the United States in the transmission of mail, workmen employed in armories, arsenals, and naval shipyards of the United States, pilots on navigable waters, that would be ocean pilots, not airplane pilots, mariners in the sea service of a citizen or a merchant in the United States, and then other persons can claim exceptions on religious beliefs. Now, I kept, those were numbered 1 through 8, and I kept looking for number 9 that said convicted felons, but I couldn't find it there. But wouldn't that be the logical place if Congress really intended for felons to not be able to possess firearms? Would be first to remove them from militia, because what is a militia without a weapon?
Exactly.
So, Hagen suggested that the McCullough versus Maryland worked against the defendant, but I suggest that no, it worked quite well for him, and Hagen really put his foot in his mouth.
Yeah, I definitely did. I wanted to bring up one other point from that response to motion. It's come up quite a few times in our broadcasts here on Liberty Under Attack Radio, but it's page 3 from the response. Quote, as a legal matter, defendant does not have standing to challenge the issue of whether or not the government has the power to regulate purely intrastate possession of a firearm, end quote. Now that, like I said, this has come up a couple times in LUA Radio, and also in the response too, but like ACLU versus NSA, plaintiffs lack standing to challenge the NSA stellar wind surveillance program. Jewell versus NSA, Judge Jeffrey White ruled that the plaintiffs failed to establish a sufficient factual basis that they have standing to sue. Now, we've discussed this a little bit just in passing when we had Kyle Reardon on to discuss the Dragnet wiretapping. But can you discuss like the status or standing? Obviously, Massey's status is a felon, even though it was 15, 20 years ago. Can you kind of touch on the status or standing issue? Because I think there's definitely a problem with that too.
Yes, there is. Now, I wrote an article, Habeas Corpus, the Guardian of Liberty, and one thing that's fascinated me for well over 20 years was called the Eichwander versus TVA decision, because it talks about standing. When there was a challenge to the 27th Amendment, and the fact that Congress had said before the ratification of the 27th Amendment, Congress said that they enacted a law that gave them an annual pay raise unless they turned it down. Now, the 27th Amendment was one of the original 12 amendments submitted, proposed amendments submitted to the states back in, along with the Bill of Rights. Had it been ratified, it would have been 11 amendments in the Bill of Rights. But the one on standing, the court, let's see. The fifth item that Justice Brandeis tells us in the policy the court has adopted is the court will not pass on the validity of a statute upon complaint of one who fails to show that he is injured by its operation. So you've got to be injured by the operation. There was a case recently, and I don't recall the site, but it was a lady who had put some toxic substance on the doorknob of a competitor for the affections of a guy, and she was convicted in state court, and she couldn't appeal to the Supreme Court, and finally, after all those efforts to appeal failed, she was put in prison. I think it was in Pennsylvania. Once she got in prison back to the 27th Amendment, the people that would contest this, the congressmen and civilians, had no standing. I forgot to make that point. Once she was in prison, she had standing.
That's interesting. We are coming up to break. Give us a call, 218-895-3818 if you got questions on Massey. We're going to come back and finish this up. We are going to go over as well, so you guys get a little extra dose of Liberty Under Attack Radio this evening. We'll be right back after this short break.
Why doesn't he go? Because peace brings a cease to the ego. So pleased to be evil. This being believes he sees like an eagle. How regal. Not a single thing.
Hi everyone, this is Shane, the host of Liberty Under Attack Radio on the Freedom Phalanx Radio Network. If you follow LUA, you know that we put out a lot of content, the biggest compilation being my Adventures in Illinois Law series. In this series, I witnessed tyranny firsthand, and it was one of the major reasons I jumped off the minarchist ship and came to true freedom, which is voluntarism. This series is now available in anthology and audiobook format at libertyunderattack.com. Again, that is libertyunderattack.com. Make sure to tune in live every Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on fprnradio.com.
Thanks for listening to FPRN. Don't forget to check us out on Facebook and Twitter. If you'd like to start your own show with FPRN, advertise with us, or donate to the network or to your favorite shows, check out our website at www.fprnradio.com.
You don't have to declare war on innocent people. On innocent people.
And welcome back to Liberty Under Attack Radio here on the Freedom Phalanx Radio Network. I'm your host, Shane, and I've got my co-host Stan here with me as well. Stan, how's it going? You enjoying yourself?
Good. Just, enjoying it. It's always good
Love
to hear.
Love the enthusiasm.
Yeah, I have always the best enthusiasm ever. Everyone always says, you're the most enthusiastic guy I know. And I'm like, well, what's wrong with the people you know?
There you have it. So give us a call. You got any questions on Massey? 218-895-3818 or on Skype at FPRN Radio Live. We are joined by Gary Hunt this evening to discuss the creation of political prisoners. His website is outpost-of-freedom.com/blog. Again, outpost-of-freedom.com/blog. So, Gary, before we went to break, we were talking about standing and status, and I know you wanted to continue with your thoughts there.
Yeah, and what it will not pass upon the validity of a statute upon complaint of one who fails to show that he is injured by its operation. Now, what Brandeis wrote is this court developed for its own governance. This doesn't go down to the district court nor the appellate court, only to the United States Supreme Court. That case that I mentioned, she could finally go to the Supreme Court when she proved that she was in prison and was suffering as a consequence of the statute. Now, the ones that you mentioned, I'm not sure what the status was, but the district court, the first trial court, is not in a position to set this standard, but he's trying to apply this Ashwander standard to the district court where it's a criminal proceeding, and you've got a right. You've got to have a right, if we have any semblance of justice in this country, to question the applicability of a law that's being used to charge and try and convict you and incarcerate you. So it doesn't have to meet that standard. For some reason, Hagen seems to think that it does. And by the way, I'm sure that we've let them know that this, and we know that they're recording anything that I talk on. So, Mr. Hagen, read Ashwander again and see that it doesn't apply to you, please.
There you go. So there's. Oh, go ahead.
But standing is. Am I in a position to bring a challenge on something? And the Supreme Court works on the writ of certiorari or writ of error or different methods of getting there, based upon decisions of lower court. They don't set the standard for the lower court. So.
Okay. Awesome.
You'd have to see how that applies to the cases you mentioned.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't read them in full, but I do know that standing and status was an issue with both of those cases. There was one other thing I think is extremely important to mention in regards to Massey. One of your articles, I don't remember which one I had notated down, but I think, wasn't Massey told that these government agent jackasses were allowed to lie during their testimony?
Now, see what he wanted to talk to Hagen, and apparently he was escorted. When he leaves the cell, he's got 3 guards. One walks ahead. First, he has to stick his hands out through the cubby hole and they cuff him. Then he has to come out and face the wall, put his hands on the wall, and they put leg irons on him and a chain around his waist. And then they put cuffs from the chain on his waist to his wrist. So he's got 2 handcuffs on each hand and leg irons. And then one goes ahead, one goes behind, and the third one follows, or one goes beside or behind, I guess beside. And the third one follows, videoing his every move as they take him somewhere. But apparently they took him to Hagen's office to talk with Hagen. So that discussion is not a part of the judicial record, but that's where he was told a number of things. And Kevin's persistent. He's pursuing this. He's going after the government. He thinks they're wrong. I believe he's right. He did not commit a crime. But in that discussion, Hagen told him, well, it's not really a perjury or not really a lie if it doesn't change the nature of things, if it's not substantial. So, but I have a transcript. I think I might have posted it in the documents of that hearing. It's 102 pages or something, only 4 times larger than this motion. That goes through it, and one of the articles addresses some of the lies in there. Again, as with this article, I didn't cover all the points because people don't like to read too long of things. But they obviously lied regarding the NCIC run. The government said that they didn't run it, that they turned them over to the sheriff, and the sheriff testified that he ran them, but we have no evidence that he did. They lied about the detention. They did kind of not lie quite as much in some other areas, but that's addressed in one of the articles. I don't recall the name of that one, but if you read the whole series, it's going to take you a while to go through it, and understand as you go through it too that this builds as we go. We find out more as we go.
Yep, indeed. Test the lying.
But he was told that it's not perjury if they lie, basically, which is kind of appalling. I mean, these people, we pay them. If you lie to the government, what's their name? Martha Stewart? If you lie to the government, you can go to prison. If they lie to you, whether they be a politician, a BPS agent, a county sheriff, or an attorney in the Justice Department, it's okay. Who owns this country then? If they can lie to us and we can't lie to them, unless if we do, we go to prison. So,
yeah, and I guess last question I have regarding Massey's situation, and then let you kind of conclude your thoughts with Massey until we get to the conclusion. But this is just kind of something that's been sticking in my mind ever since I started learning about Massey's case. Don't you think it might be a bad idea to work with Border Patrol?
I wrote one article about that in the Law or Liberty series, which reflects that. The law says that if you assist in transporting illegals in this country, you're guilty of a crime. Now, assuming the government's going to exempt BPS agents from that, if when they grab these guys and sit them down and wait for BPS to come and then turn them over and BPS transports them, they're actually in violation of the law. But like I said early on, some good agents, they believe in their job. Others are trying to climb the ladder, I suppose. So, and you can't tell them apart. Let's go back to the one that Massey knew quite well and he trusted, that said, this guy wants to meet you to see if you can identify this guy if you've seen him down at Camp Lone Star. Is that true or not? Was he part of the setup? And Massey trusted this guy. So the problem with working with BPS, if they want to get you, there's no telling what they're going to do, especially if it might result in a promotion for them. So working with BPS, I know that Arizona Border Recon, ABR, Tim Naylor, those people work with BPS all the time. As long as you don't piss somebody off, and you're probably okay. But I'm not going to post pictures of me with a firearm on Facebook, and I'm not going to work with the BPS agent. That's okay. Personally.
I wouldn't either. That was just kind of something I don't know. I guess from my personal stance, I would never work with any feds. So,
well, let me say that Naylor's very comfortable and has had a good rapport, and that's been going for a few years. So, it's an iffy one, and so you have to decide if you're willing to take the chance, because it's your neck.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So I guess we do have a conclusion, but any final points there on Massey before I move forward to William Wolf?
Well, let me point one more thing out on Massey. They did try to do to him quite recently, just before the last hearing, what they did to Beecher. One of the rifles that was confiscated from Massey and these, I think at the shooting scene, was an AK-47 or an AK-47 pistol. I don't know. I'm not sure what that is. I don't know firearms that well. But Christy Massey, his wife, bought it. And so they threatened Christy Massey with being charged with providing a firearm to a convicted felon. So this is last resort. I mean, this is just in the last month that this occurred. And we're, 9 months in, 10 months in now, where they're trying to use that leverage, that threat against family members, loved ones, to get him to collapse and sign a plea agreement. But Kevin isn't going to do it, and I've talked with Christy about it, and she understands it's probably just a threat, and I can't say that she's not unconcerned, but they haven't brought charges yet, and if they do, boy, I'm going to have a heyday writing articles about that. So I dare y'all to do it. Let's see what happens.
There we go. There we go. So let's move forward to William Wolf. We're definitely going to go quite a bit over in this broadcast. So William Wolf, tell us about William or Wolf before he was arrested, what he was doing up there in Montana.
Background on William Wolf. I've been studying committees of safety since shortly after returning to Florida from Waco. I began to learn something then, that without committees of safety, there would never have been a United States of America. They called for the First and Second Continental Congress. They established or worked with the Sons of Liberty. They set up communication so all the colonies, through the committees of correspondence, all the colonies would be in contact with each other. They provided food, sheep, pigs were driven into Boston, blankets and firewood when the British were there, and they were actually a parallel government that when the royal government was displaced, they took over, so even small towns did not go without government during the entire course of the Revolutionary War, with the sole exception of these transitional periods between, especially in New Jersey and the South, where the British would move up and then the Patriots would push them back down, those transitional periods. So the committees of safety is significant, but they're kind of hidden from our history. But Wolf and I began talking committees of safety, over a year before his arrest. We did a number of radio shows together on the subject, and so he was well-versed in it, and fortunately he was well-versed in the concept of habeas corpus as well. So we talked frequently, and so I knew him, like with Massey, I knew him before the events happened. And so he was talking about the demonization part of the criminal complaint. He was talking about committees of safety, and the way they presented it in the criminal complaint made it sound like he was talking about forming a communist party in the United States and taking over the government. Now, he did make some implied threats. They're legal, quite legal under the Brandenburg decision from the 1990s, because they weren't specific. But they threw these in there for the demonization process. But here we've got, now, one thing I've said about Wolf is he has done more to promote committees of safety in 1 year than I did in the 22 years that I'd studied it. He's a salesman for committees of safety. He believes that it is a solution and is as peaceable as possible if we want to restore constitutional government. So that is the targeting object of the federal government, and it's quite clear by the criminal complaint, but we couldn't really tie the two initially. And again, we've got a progression of things going on in this. So anyway, this contractor that Wolf knew, William Wolf, that everybody calls him Wolf, had met at a committee of safety meeting, got talking, they got friendly, and somewhere along the line, Wolf said that he wanted to get an automatic or semi-automatic shotgun, the Sega or something like that, but it's a manufactured shotgun and presumably legal if it could be acquired in this country, because they wouldn't ship illegal firearms in this country. So presumably it was legal. So this guy said, well, I know somebody, and we find out that the guy he knew was an agent, and he was an informant. Ed Gray is his name. He's a contractor in Montana. So the arrangements were made for Wolf to buy this gun for, I don't have the figures in front of me. I think it was $650. And then when they met in the parking lot to transfer the weapon, they showed him a video showing full automatic fire on the shotgun on a video. We don't know if the shotgun would do that or not. And they told him because a Class 3 licensee had to modify the weapon to make it full automatic, they wanted to jack $125 onto the price. So Wolf's sitting there, and he's facing two guys that have guns, and they say an extra $125. So he pays them, takes the gun, puts it in his truck, and they talk a little bit, and then all of a sudden these guys pull out guns and badges and arrest him. It was entrapment. There's no doubt about that. But at that point, we could only suspect that what he was doing was the object, the committees of safety conversations. Am I jumping ahead now? Let's get back to you've got a series of questions. Let's go with yours.
Well, I guess maybe first it'd be good to start with, since we kind of discussed the entrapment. I didn't want to mention, too, that it sounds a lot like Ruby Ridge to me. But Sorrells versus U.S. 287, U.S. 435, and Sherman versus U.S. 359, U.S. 369. So those were actually Supreme Court decisions that pretty much stated that, and they can't entrap citizens.
That's right. If they set it up, if they create a circumstance rather than just follow along and even induce the guy to go further and further. But what we have in this one, though, is a bait and switch at the point of sale. They gave him a fully automatic rifle and charged him additionally to it, so that becomes entrapment because the illegal firearm was obviously not in the plan until they raised the price, showed him the video, and said, here's what you're getting. So now, interestingly, those cases, one of them at least, maybe both of them, I don't recall now, basically said you can't, it's not a matter for a jury trial. You can't even go to court if you've entrapped somebody. So it's kind of interesting. And now, just to enhance the fact that it was entrapment, and it was based upon freedom of speech. Background on entrapment. Wolf wrote me a letter. I think it was 1st of September. I'm not sure that I received it. And he said, I want you to do some legal research. What about that has to do with entrapment to curtail freedom of speech? Well, I couldn't find anything that said that directly, but I ran across the Sorrells and Sherman decisions. And one of them, I think they're fairly recent. I don't recall the
1932 for Sorrells and 1958 for Sherman.
Okay, 58 for Sherman, so a half century ago. But the concept of entrapment is that where you induce somebody into a criminal activity when it was not their intention to be there. And so if it can't even go to court, then hopefully his attorneys will take heed on the article I wrote and write some motions and try and get it dismissed. But when we got the documents, well, let's see, we've got habeas corpus next. Now, habeas corpus is an interesting concept, and it's one I've been working on for 3 years. When I was young, habeas corpus was purported to be the sacred writ. It's been referred to that historically since then, but it's been watered down. There used to be one habeas corpus ad subjudiendum. That was the sacred writ. Turn of the 19th, 20th century, we started seeing an infusion of other habeas corpuses that were Latin words, so they can't be changed, were brought into play. And nowadays, if you see habeas corpus on the news, it's usually a death penalty case. But habeas corpus, by the legal scholars in the early part of our history, in the 1800s, said that it's a challenge to jurisdiction and a challenge to constitutionality of laws. So I've been trying at district court, appellate court, Florida Supreme Court, United States Supreme Court to get a habeas corpus heard 3 to 2 years ago, a 1 year period, actually a little more than a year, to get it heard, but nobody wants to hear it. They keep finding a reason. Now, Wolf and I had talked about habeas corpus, and when he got to jail, he remembered. When I found out he went to jail, I found out where he was. I wrote him a letter. He didn't have anything on him, and he couldn't. Nobody remembers phone numbers anymore. They know what the name is. They push the name or call. You say the name, and it dials. So he got my letter, and my letterhead has my phone number on it. So he called me, and we talked about habeas corpus, and he was comfortable enough to think that this is what we ought to do. And so I prepared one for him to file. He filed it on the criminal case, and they opened a civil case, which is apparently where it's supposed to be, because in a sense it's not a criminal action. But then I guess I've got to back up to about 3 years ago. When I first filed the habeas corpus on Larry Michael Myers back in 2013, it was in March, and I think the receipts, when I sent it to the district court, the Court of Appeals, and the Florida Supreme Court, they received it on March 21st. On March 22nd, there were numerous searches on the internet, a lot of them coming from uscourts.gov, Rochester, New York, Seattle, Washington, San Diego, and a few other places. But there were a lot of other searches that just had the same search. The search was Gary Hunt, Larry Myers. That was it. There was nothing in the world to associate me with Larry Myers, except the day or the day before I sent the packages out to Florida, I had, in Georgia for the appellate court, I had set up a page to start recording the sequence of events regarding Larry Michael Myers. So I get these hits, and I didn't really, I should have paid more attention and done a count and some screen captures, but all these hits from U.S. Courts Gov apparently had rattled their cage, and the Department of Justice internet system or communication system must have been going full steam on trying to figure out how to deal with habeas corpus. That's the only thing that I can figure for that. So, and my name obviously is associated with it. So somewhere along the line, Susan P. Waters, the judge in Wolf's case, seemed to all of a sudden clamp down on habeas corpus and put all of these obstacles. For example, the rules in Montana district courts say that with the exception of habeas corpus, no file may be opened until the full fee is paid. Does that imply that there's a partial fee that applies to habeas corpus, or should we take that as there's no fee if it's habeas corpus? After all, habeas corpus is a right protected by the Constitution in Article 1, Section 9, Clause 2. It's not even in the Bill of Rights. They felt it's significant enough to put in the body of the Constitution itself. So can they charge $5? Now, Wolf didn't have a way to pay the $5, and they, after a couple of phone calls, they cut our conversation. So now we're relying on mail, and it takes over a week to get there and a week to get back to me, so our communication is very slow. So they stuck a stick in the spokes to keep the habeas corpus from being heard. $5? You got to be kidding me. So then we appealed it. I filed a habeas corpus. They're saying the U.S. attorney and the judge have both threatened me with illegal practice of law for filing. However, the statute on habeas corpus, 28 28 U.S. Code 2241, I think it is, says anyone can file habeas corpus on his behalf. It doesn't say attorney or anything else. And that's the way that I got it before the Supreme Court of the United States. It got on the docket, and it wouldn't have if I didn't have a right to do that. But they refused to hear it. So everybody's refusing to hear it. And if you read the habeas corpus, you would see that, if they'd answer it and I'm wrong, say so. But if you don't have the balls to even answer the question, then something's wrong. I'm probably doing something right.
Yeah, and let me just, for the sake of the listeners, you acted as next friend.
Next friend.
Yep. Okay. So let's. I do have this the habeas corpus open. I know you wanted me to read a little bit from that. Did you want me to start the conclusion and prayer for writ of habeas corpus? It was 10 to 13, but
yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. Conclusion and prayer for writ of habeas corpus. As per the 6th Article and Amendment to the Constitution of the United States and Article 1, Section 16, Montana Constitution, the nature and cause of the accusation. We are unable to find an injured party who, if he exists, must provide a sworn affidavit of the injury. If this is a matter civil rather than criminal, we cannot find the party injured by Wolf, nor is he properly identified, nor has he provided the original contract of which Wolf is alleged to pay to be a party to and in violation of. If Wolf is charged with violating a statute, the burden of proof of lawful jurisdiction rests upon the government. Wolf has no casual relationship with the United States government that would obligate him to the statutes contained within the indictment. The criminal complaint, undisputed, describes the events that occurred on March 26, 2015. The UCE is introduced as a Class 3 license. As such, he has availed himself to a benefit under a statute, and he meets the jurisdictional criteria, or he lied to Wolf by setting himself out as such. Had he provided the application for a background check and an application for a Class 3 license, and had Wolf executed and submitted either one or both of those applications, then Wolf would have entered into federal jurisdiction. Absent that act on his part, Wolf did not create the requisite nexus to federal jurisdiction, though the federal licensee, UCE, did, and his failure to provide the application, obtain completed applications from Wolf, submit them to the proper authorities prior to the transfer made his act criminal and subject to federal jurisdiction. It also states that Wolf possessed a shotgun having a barrel length of less than 18 inches. Wolf did not modify the shotgun to less than 18 inches. He had no opportunity to measure the barrel length, nor was he concerned over the length of the barrel. He relied upon the Class 3 licensee, as any purchaser of any firearm from any such licensee would have done, which leaves the burden on the licensee, not the purchaser. If, on the other hand, as stated in the criminal complaint, the firearm in question was transferred to Wolf by an agent of the United States government, then there is no nexus to federal jurisdiction. The statute cited is 18 U.S. Code, Section 922, Paragraph O, Subparagraph 1. Except as provided in paragraph 2, it shall be unlawful for any person to transfer or possess a machine gun. 2, this subsection does not apply with respect to subparagraph a transfer to or by or possession by or under the authority of the United States or any department or agency thereof, or a state or a department, agency, or political subdivision thereof, or B, any lawful transfer or lawful possession of a machine gun that was lawfully possessed before the date this subsection takes effect. Under the described circumstances, the transfer would be exempt under Section 922, Paragraph O, Subparagraph 2, Subparagraph A, except as provided in Paragraph 2, a transfer by any department or agency thereof. If the transfer was made without proper authority, the transfer would be criminal. However, the required nexus would not have been established in either case with regard to Wolf, the transferee. Whichever of the above is correct, it is alleged that Wolf possessed the firearm at the location given in the indictment in Park County, Montana. Absent evidence establishing both ceded land and jurisdiction ceded by the state of Montana to the United States, there is a geographic absence of jurisdiction. As understood by the framers in the obvious intent of the Constitution, the Act of 1825 makes clear that the criminal activity can only be prosecuted under those conditions. This is reaffirmed in the decision in Relane. As to the charge that Wolf is in violation of various sections of Title 26, Wolf was not in possession of the shotgun more than 20 minutes. During that time, he was in a parking lot. From that point on, he has been detained and has even been restricted in his communications. There was no intention to violate any law. There was also no opportunity to comply with any such law. And the presumption is nothing more than the conjecture of the prosecuting attorney. Wolf's possession was little more than having the shotgun handed to him and then returned to the previous possessor. There's nothing presented in the complaint or indictment that even warrants consideration in the petition, as facts do not exist that demonstrate any criminal intent. If any taxes were owing on the shotgun, the proper applications would have been provided for by the Class 3 licensee, the licensee also being an agent for the government and knowledgeable in the applicable laws that he is obligated to administer to. This charge is inapplicable for the same reasons as stated above with regard to possession, that there is no constitutional nexus. As to the forfeiture allegation, it too is dependent upon violation of the statute 18 U.S. Code Section 922, paragraph O, at which it likewise fails, as it is void absent a crime with a constitutional nexus upon which it relies for justification. The Constitution provides only one constitutional remedy against the enforcement of unconstitutional laws. It is not with the legislative, as they would be the source of an unconstitutional law. It cannot be with the executive, as they are charged with enforcing, or in many instances, creating rules and regulations, though these only apply when the jurisdiction exists. It can only reside within the judicial branch, and the only prescribed means is habeas corpus and subjudiendum, the sacred writ. The argument that the federal district courts have an obligation to answer and return a writ of habeas corpus ad subjudiendum is clearly established. The obligation upon this court to answer and return this writ is unquestionable. The limitation of federal jurisdiction with regard to one who is a citizen of a state and not subject to any administrative rules unless of a voluntary act is clearly established. Therefore, Hunt prays that Wolf be released forthwith and returned to the location Livingston, Montana, where he was denied his liberty on March 26, 2015. In addition, that all property taken from Wolf on that date and that he has acquired since, including paperwork, be returned to him forthwith. Further, that he be allowed to retain the shotgun in question along with any ammunition, or that the purchase price be returned to him. That, if an oral hearing is required, that this matter be scheduled for hearing, and at sufficient time be allowed for my travel to Billings to be present at such hearing. And then obviously signed by Gary Hunt. Gary, it's my understanding that they never responded, and this was submitted in April 27th, if I remember correctly. So is that they haven't responded to it?
Right, and the statute requires the judge forthwith, which is nearly immediate, as soon as possible. And then it allows 3 days, is 28 U.S. Code 2241, 42, and 43, allows 3 days for a response or to notify the person detaining that person, and then the delivery of the body is, 10 days, but it can go up to 20 days under certain circumstances. So there's a timeliness on this that is less than a month by federal statute.
Okay. Interesting.
So May 17th is less than a month, and they still got time, or... Oh, wait, no, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. They're definitely past their time limit to respond to that.
But if you understood what was said there, does it preclude any criminal act on Wolf's part, especially considering the entrapment aspect that came afterwards?
Yep, indeed. So let's go ahead.
So do we have justice in this country, or do we have a system that appears to be one of justice, but its focus is making political prisoners by any means necessary?
It's a good question. We'll leave that to the listeners to decide for themselves. So let's move forward with Wolf. I think the most recent article you came out with, and I might be jumping ahead, but in that mentioned that a Washington, D.C. counterterrorism agent came out. It was Washington, D.C. counterterrorism, and he's under...
New York.
New York? Okay. So let's kind of go into the reasoning that this agent might have come out from the counterterrorism. Let's talk about the extensive records that were collected on Wolf, and I think I don't remember the documents offhand, but it's in your last article that you mentioned. I think it was the last document released, and it was discussing the extensive records collected on Wolf. 500. Go ahead.
Okay, what happened is, like I said earlier, we felt it was for his activity with the committees of safety, but we can't really tie that together. It seemed like entrapment, but I hadn't looked into Sorrells and Sherman at that point, and didn't until he suggested I do some research in that area, because we were focusing on the habeas corpus, and I don't really want to go into that. We've actually got an appeal, though, with the Ninth Circuit regarding the habeas corpus, and they refused the brief as deficient, and so we're kind of giving up on the habeas corpus. Right now, we've shifted back to the criminal aspect of it, and when I got this motion for a continuance made by Wolf's attorney. The reason he wanted a continuance is he had just received the discovery information. This is, many months, 6 months after the initial, 5 months, or 4 or 5 months after the initial charges. That included 524 pages of written discovery, 17 DVDs relating to recorded conversations and podcasts, and also text messages and phone logs. Now, I went online to find out how much a DVD will hold. If it's all videos, it holds 102 hours. That's 2.5 work weeks. If it's all audio, it's 1,224 hours of audio, or 30.5 work weeks. That's almost 3/4 of a year. Or a combination of those. So when we look at that, and we're talking about him simply buying an illegal firearm, does it take that long to set up the purchase of an illegal firearm? Does it take that much expense by the government to set up taking of a firearm? Is it possible that this could all focus on the firearm, or is this beyond any reasonable doubt an effort to get the demonization, all these documents and everything, get the demonization in order so that that they can make a case of demonization to the grand jury and get things to go against Wolf so that he ends up getting convicted of it. Pardon the interruption. I didn't expect him to call.
Oh, not a problem. Not a problem. So yeah, that amount of evidence leads me to think that they might be trying to, reach for something more.
Suppress freedom of speech by making him a political prisoner as a consequence of setting him up and entrapping him to buy a shotgun. Yes. What else could it be? I mean, what are all the possibilities? That's the only one that fits the scenario. There's no other conclusion.
Yeah, I definitely agree. So what's kind of been, that was the last thing we've known on Wolf. Is it kind of at a standstill now until he goes to trial, or where are we at with Wolf's case?
Well, that's the last thing we really know on it. They got nobody to threaten in Wolf's case, except there are 3 people that have been in communication with Wolf that I've had to communicate through. One is a young lady that is a friend of Wolf, and the other, and she's a college student. And the other one is another college student, and I think that he thinks in one of the letters, he thinks they're afraid that they're going to reach out and try and get these people. The other one, I got an interesting email from him yesterday, I think. Let me find. Take it off the hook, that'll do it. I got an email yesterday. It says, I assume you are aware of what happened in Wolf's case, quote unquote, terminated. So I called him and said, what do you mean terminated? He said, last May, there's a web page here that I go on, and I go on that web page and I can find out what the status of Wolf's case is. But in May, I think he said May 17th, they terminated it. Well, this is, early on in the case, isn't it? So what apparently happened is they realized that I was getting the documents that were being posted, and they thought I was getting them there. So they decided they're not going to put Wolf's case on here anymore, and they took all the documents and identified it as terminated. And
that was on Pacer, wasn't it?
No, that was not on Pacer. Pacer, they can't do that. Pacer's got a contract with the government for legal filing and everything, so an attorney can file from anywhere through Pacer. That has to stay open. This is just I didn't get the URL from him, but it's some site up in Montana that has to do with the district course that shows current cases. So he was able to follow it, and I don't know why it took this long for him to contact me and say it was terminated, but when I called him, I said, was it dismissed? But I didn't know it was back in May, so as we talked about it and he explained what it was, I realized that they yanked it off because they don't like what's happening by making this trial public that the Constitution requires. So it's kind of interesting to see their reaction, and the first two I mentioned are reluctant to get involved. If Wolf asks them to pass something on to me, they'll either call or more likely email me. If I write back and say, did Wolf get my last letter, I never get an answer. So they're apparently afraid. And this third party, a little older, he's not willing to talk a whole lot, but he's a little more receptive than the others. But the other two go down to see Wolf on a regular basis every other Friday. I assume they still are. So it's the only really direct contact I have with Wolf.
So they've definitely shut you off from communications with him, and yeah, I can understand their point. I think it's definitely wrong, but they don't want you to to be receiving this information. Definitely not.
Right. I got to do this a different way. I think I'll just pull the wire on this thing.
All right, so I guess we've gotten kind of up to the current status of Wolf's case. Is there anything you'd like to conclude Wolf with? And I mean, we're already over, and if Mr. Producer's okay with it, we can move on to Kim Davis.
Okay, no, that's about it. Right now, I think the battle's going to be fought on the criminal level in court, and hopefully his attorney, who's a public defender, Mark Warner, will heed the information that was in the habeas corpus and challenge jurisdiction, as Sorello is finally willing to do in Texas, or at least go with the entrapment and get it not even go to court. So,
yeah, okay. So that is the status of William Wolf's case. Then let's move forward to a more recent one. And this was kind of just, we're already over, might as well go ahead and discuss it. Kim Davis, if you live in the dark, she's a Rowan, Kentucky county clerk who was recently arrested for failure to issue marriage licenses. And yeah, you all should be very well aware of her case. And she was certainly a political prisoner for at least a certain time. So Gary, tell us a little bit about what's going on with Ms. Davis.
Well, she wasn't charged criminally, but she was held in contempt of court because she would not issue, nor would she direct the deputy clerks in Rowan County to issue licenses. I'm not going to be politically correct, to queers. She would not, under her authority, they could not be issued. And that was her position from the beginning, and she based it, and the mainstream media picked up on the fact that she's doing it because of her religious beliefs. But her job is to obey the laws. And now, I haven't seen this in the defense, but when I began looking into it, she's obeying the laws as they're written. But she said that I don't want my name associated with it, and she would not direct her deputies to issue the licenses. So after 5 days in jail, from the 5th to the 9th, or 3rd to the 8th, 9th, something like that, she was let out. It was contempt of court, so it's not criminal. The judge has that discretion, and I think he abused that discretion in her case because ultimately he settled on the conditions she'd asked for originally. Rowan County is now issuing the license. She has not authorized the deputies to do it. She didn't want her name on the marriage licenses, so they've reprinted the marriage licenses with Rowan County in place of where her name as the clerk would be. And she's still not pleased with the whole thing. And I'm not either. I mean, we used to have moral values in this country that, as I point out in the article, according to this Center for Disease Control, the government agency, there's only 1.6% of the people in this country that are queers. And if there's only 1.6%, that's not a minority. That's an insignificant number. It's just, it doesn't work. But if you think of all the situations that are coming up regarding queer marriage and all these other issues, transgender and all this stuff, there are 20% of the legal news in this country, legal or political news in this country, just about. So,
true.
For some reason, they have managed to work their way up to the appearance of a minority rather than actually a minority. I mean, if 1.6% is a minority, then any 2 people out of 100 have every right to challenge the rights of the other 98 people out of that 100. And that just doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah, indeed. So let's kind of touch on the obviously, I think it's Obergefell, the Supreme Court ruling that came down a few months ago, and then also look at the Kentucky Constitution, and then also, I guess, United States Code as well. And let's kind of go in that direction.
Well, Obergefell was a decision. Well, let's back up a little. Because there's a progression here. Roe versus Wade, a case we're all familiar with in 1973, where the Supreme Court decided that the states could not prohibit abortion. In that decision, Justice Rehnquist, in a dissenting opinion, not agreeing with the court, said to reach its result, the majority opinion, the court necessarily has had to find within the scope of the 14th Amendment a right that was apparently completely unknown to the drafters of the amendment. As early as 1821, the first state law dealing directly with abortion was enacted by the Connecticut legislature. By the time of the adoption of the 14th Amendment in 1868, there were at least 36 laws enacted by state or territorial legislatures limiting abortion. While many states have amended or updated their laws, 21 of the laws on the book in 1868 remain in effect today. Indeed, the Texas statute struck down today was, as the majority notes, first enacted in 1857 and has remained substantially unchanged to the present time. He goes on, the only conclusion possible from this history is that the drafters did not intend to have the 14th Amendment withdraw from the states the power to legislate with respect to this matter. So what we have in Roe versus Wade is the federal government under what's called the incorporation doctrine, which is a slow but meticulous expansion of federal authority under the guise of due process of the 14th Amendment, coming into play. And Rehnquist didn't like it, and he pointed out that this is not a federal matter, that each state should have the right to decide as they had. But now we've got people on both sides of the issue. They want to keep Roe versus Wade or overturn Roe versus Wade. But when they do that, they're acknowledging the federal authority that doesn't exist. As Rehnquist said, we don't have the authority of it. So when we get to Obergefell, keep that in mind, that we've got a situation where the federal government is coming in and intervening in something that they should not. We're a country that's 230, 240 years old. There have been marriage laws in states. Marriage licensing, for the most part, didn't really occur until the 1930s. It was based primarily, before that, it was licensing for miscegenation, the mixing of races only. But in the 1930s, with the rampant syphilis around, at least, especially in major cities, they started enacting marriage license laws locally, requiring a blood test, and if one of the parties had syphilis, the other party was notified. More recently, though, with the AIDS epidemic, if 2 people get blood tests and one shows positive for AIDS, the Marriage License Bureau cannot tell the other party that they're marrying somebody with AIDS. So, that's gone complete, and that's a federal decision that they can't advise the other party, where like I say, it came from a disease-related when marriage licenses became what they are today. I've seen a number of marriage certificates issued by churches that predate or even after the 1930s, where you weren't required to get a marriage license in a lot of places even then. So when we get to Obergefell, the Supreme Court has, as they did with Roe versus Wade, assumed an authority in something that should be purely a state right. We've talked about the 10th Amendment. In the other cases, what's not granted to the federal government, and I can't find marriage in the Constitution, is retained by the states or the people. So the Supreme Court does, that Ashwander decision I mentioned, wants to defer to statutory law where possible. In fact, in that decision in Ashwander, they actually said that the court will not pass upon the constitutionality of legislation in a friendly, non-adversary proceeding, declining because to decide such question is legitimate only in the last resort. Oh, wait. They're only going to determine constitutionality in the last resort. So what they do is they look at statutory law and the wording of law, which is what we're trying to do in Massey's case, and we'll be doing in Wolf's case as well. So the extension of the ruling on constitutionality is not there, and they're ruling on statutory, and they're ruling under a doctrine of equality, which is not really mentioned in the Constitution either, and they're going well beyond their bounds. But they say this is let's see. Who's dissent? The conclusion to the decision reads, finally, it must be emphasized that religions and those who adhere to religious doctrines may continue to advocate with utmost sincere conviction that, by divine precepts, same-sex marriage should not be condoned. So we've got the right to retain our religious beliefs. But further in the same paragraph, the Constitution, however, does not permit the state to bar same-sex couples from marriage on the same term as accorded by couples of the opposite sex. In that same paragraph, we've got this contradiction, and he's claiming the Constitution does not permit it. So, this is this new court, and this is in corporation doctrine getting to the point that they'll tell us what color our toilet paper can be. So Kim Davis is free to advocate with utmost sincere conviction that by divine precept, same-sex marriage should not be condoned. However, the Constitution does not permit the state to bar same-sex couples from marriage on the same terms as accorded to couples of the opposite sex. There's doublespeak. I mean, how can you look at that and come to any conclusion? But we live in a country where we've all heard that we're a nation of laws, not a nation of men. And we know that the federal courts and the state courts recognize that the legislative body is the Congress, or in the case of Kentucky, the General Assembly, and both of them are comprised of a Senate and a House of Representatives. They're the only ones permitted by either Constitution to enact laws. So if the laws are on the books, the laws are on the books. So Connecticut's Constitution now says Section 2, absolute and arbitrary power denied. Absolute and arbitrary power over the lives, liberty, and property of freemen exists nowhere in a republic, not even in the largest majority. Section 4 provides all power is inherent in the people, and all free governments are founded on their authority and instituted for their peace, safety, happiness, and the protection of property. So that makes very clear that the people are fundamental to this, not the court, the people. It also says, to guard against transgressions of the higher powers which we have delegated, we declare that everything in this Bill of Rights is accepted out of the general powers of government and shall forever remain inviolate. So you can't change, these rights. The Declaration of Rights is absolute. Now, what do they say about... the legislative power shall be vested in the House of Representatives and the Senate. They do have a right to call for emergency legislation or emergency session. Keep that in mind. And the civil officers shall be liable to impeachment for any misdemeanors in office, but judgment in such cases shall not extend further than removal from office and disqualified to hold any office of honor or trust or profit under this Commonwealth, but the party convicted, that would be of impeachment, shall nevertheless be subject and liable to indictment and trial and punishment by law. So if they're convicted under impeachment, then they're subject to trial by law. That's the Kentucky Constitution. Now, the laws on the books, the Kentucky Constitution says only, Section 223A says, only a marriage between one man and one woman shall be...
Looks like we might be having some connection issues with Gary here.
All right.
Okay. Well, I think where he was going with that was the Kentucky Constitution. They added an amendment to their constitution. They could see this. They could see Obergefell coming, as far as like the gay rights movement. So they added an amendment to their constitution that says it should be between one man and one woman. It's also like that in Texas and also a number of other states too. I don't know all of them, but I know it's definitely in Texas and Kentucky. So it's I mean, same-sex marriage is unconstitutional. And then you have the Supreme Court just not even taking into account I think it was like 75% of the citizens voted for that amendment on that bill. So the opinion of the 75% of Kentucky's population doesn't matter, or at least the voters. That doesn't matter. But the Supreme Court can just come in and just shove this down all of the states' throats, completely violating the 10th Amendment, just completely usurping it. And it was done by way of the 14th Amendment. And that's what's kind of interesting to me is, so how can you have one amendment violate the other amendment? You know, Stan, that just seems kind of wrong to me.
Well, it's the typical argument is they use, whatever amendment works best for their end goal, I should say.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of, this doesn't work out for us, but we can really push for this other, amendment, and that more sides with what we want.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we don't care about the contradictions, and the contradictions always work in the favor of the state, never any one of us or anyone else.
Yeah, it's definitely true. And okay, thank you, person in the chat. 2004. I didn't remember the date of it. I know they did amend that to their constitution though, so it's just kind of it's one of those things where I mean, if as Gary said, we're going to be in a nation of laws. How can I mean we've seen it so often with the federal government, and even here in Illinois, but you see the complete disregard of laws. The only time they'll use the Constitution is when it is in their favor. When it's not, they just have nine tyrants in gowns just decide something. And it's a really bad situation. I guess to kind of conclude Kim Davis then. And I won't go into as much detail as Gary did, but she was following the law that she was following the Kentucky Constitution and the federal Constitution that she took an oath to. She was completely within the law in what she was doing. But that still didn't really matter. And what Gary was going to get to with the Kentucky can have an emergency session to provide new legislation. This just happened a few months ago, and a lot of states haven't been able to catch up and adapt their state legislature up to these standards. So they could have done that, but they said it would be too expensive and all of that. So they're just going to wait a few months. It was complete laziness. So she was within her oath. She was upholding the oath that she took. So I mean, it's a bad situation that she's in. I would say definitely a bad situation. Stan, you got any thoughts on that?
Right, and it's one of those things, yeah, very much. It's one of those things where this judgment by the Supreme Court is being used to pretty much excuse rewriting the laws, which really it's not the federal judge's responsibility to rewrite the law by making a judgment. I mean, yeah, it's kind of one of those things. There's this kind of myth that the government provides you this right to marriage. And that's completely wrong. I mean, pretty much, according to the state, the marriage is pretty much your marriage license. It's a contract between you, your spouse, and the state. I'm kind of the person who believes that it should only be the contract between you and your spouse. I mean,
of course,
yeah,
of course.
It's asinine that, you have to get state approval to be considered for certain rights.
Yep.
Which, include, health care and certain items like that. Certain tax write-offs, blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's really what, a lot of people in the same-sex marriage argument are fighting for, is those benefits, really.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's true. It's forced equality.
Right, that's what they really want. And it's like, any of those people today could pay the money, have a ceremony, have a reception, and call themselves married.
Mm-hmm.
With a contract between them as two different people.
Yep.
But what they want is the state to force, certain things down on other companies or other people, whatever it may be, which isn't necessarily right, but they're pretty much asking for the same thing same-sex couples have, or opposite-sex couples have. And both are wrong because they're provided by the state, in my opinion.
Yeah, yep, and it looks like Gary did just sign back on, but we did kind of conclude that without him. I mean, we didn't really have a choice. But when we get Gary back on here, we'll kind of start to conclude. But as you can see with the Kim Davis situation, she was doing she was upholding the oath that she took when she was an elected official. So it's not good, and that's what I like to call them, social justice warriors, because they come in all shapes and flavors. It's not just the gay marriage section, but they somehow have gotten massive politicization of their movement, and and now they're shoving it down everyone else's throats by way of the state. So it's not a good situation. We're going to see some blowback from that, some lawsuits, a lot of lawsuits.
Right.
Like we saw with the Baker in Ohio, we're going to see a lot of those sorts of things come out of the Obergefell decision. So, Gary, welcome back.
Now, did you cover those points that I got interrupted on when my computer shut down?
Well, I didn't go in as much detail, but I guess I read your article, and I kind of knew about the as far as she was upholding her oath that she took when she came into office. We discussed the fact that the Supreme Court kind of shoved this down all of the states' throats, even though it definitely violated the Kentucky Constitution and the Texas Constitution. So we kind of did wrap that up. It probably wasn't as much detail as you would have gone into, but I think we covered the points a little more loosely. But
let me cover one thing in that, if we've got a few minutes. Historically, if a law was determined unconstitutional, the court directed that law be changed accordingly. And that fell then upon the legislative body, whether it be Congress or the state legislature. But instead, we've got a court rendering a decision, and then somebody contacted the governor of the state. Now, he doesn't make law either. He signs law but he didn't call it an emergency legislation. But he told her, what he had to do. The letter's included in the article. So what we've got now is a nation of men. We've got the 9 people at the Supreme Court, of which only 5 concurred on the decision. And then we've got a governor telling somebody what to do when she's got in front of her 3 different written laws that say she doesn't have to do what they're telling her to do. So that's how bad it's become. We have become a nation, in all these cases, we become a nation of men, not of laws. All 4 cases.
It's definitely true. It's definitely true. I did just get word from one of our listeners that she is going back to work tomorrow, so it'll be interesting to see how this entire situation plays out. It'll definitely be interesting to see how it goes. I don't see it going well. So I guess let's kind of conclude, Gary. We are about almost coming up on 40 minutes over the normal show time. I definitely appreciate Ryan FPRN for allowing us to do this. So just, I guess, kind of a couple of conclusionary questions encompassing all of the political prisoners. So what does this mean? Are there any trends or patterns with these few political prisoners?
I think that if you can't see a pattern in what we discussed tonight, you probably voted for Obama and would vote for his third term.
Good point. Good point. That's a good answer. It's definitely
There is a trend. There's definite. Now, how do you stop a trend like that? Because it's above the Constitution or outside of the Constitution. It's outside of 240 years of our history or 220 years of our history. How do you stop something like this? What did they do last time that the king and parliament did not abide by the Constitution?
I don't think we have to answer that. I think everyone here listening knows the answer to the question. But yeah, I think you're right. Yep.
So I see no solution. So if anybody's interested, I wrote something called the Plan for Restoration of Constitutional Government. If you do a search for that, you'll see what I propose as a means of restoring what is our birthright and we owe to our posterity. And it is closer to anarchy than it is to what we have now.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I would agree with that. Definitely agree with that. So I guess a couple more questions here. And you might have just already answered this question, but I'll go ahead and pose it. It was from a listener. So what do we do to help prevent these unwarranted arrests and detainments, whether as an individual level or as a group of citizens?
Well, let me put it this way. We know that Oath Keepers got kicked out on the Kim Davis thing after they made their big PR show of, we're going to go protect her. She said, I don't want you to come down here. But I'm working with a group of people now, and I can only go so far on what we're talking about. But a couple of them participated once before in West Virginia and actually sending a threat to the county government saying, hey, you're going way beyond the law. Were they willing to back it up with force? Quite likely they would have been willing to back it up with force, but the county acquiesced and released the person and withdrew the charges. So there's another interesting article, I don't know if you've read it yet, called The Other Not So Thin Line. Do you recall it?
I don't think I've read that one, unfortunately.
Okay, it's a progression in the Patriot community that the longer you've been in and the more you've dealt with, the more, pardon the expression, pissed off you get at government and realize that, it's going to have to get serious somewhere along the line. But other people are just now realizing that voting's ineffective. So these people are strung out over this long line, but those of us that are more towards the far side of the line realize that something has to be done. Can we be effective if this organization comes together that I just mentioned, and we get in a position where if a person asks for our help, we will, under force of arms if necessary, enforce the Constitution as we see it.
Okay. All right, awesome. And I can pose a couple. I mean, as far as preventing their arrests or the keeping our people out of prison, as it is. But I think a couple really really good things, and I will refer to one of Stan's article. Treat your prepper recruits like job applicants. Vetting your members is extremely important. You want to make sure you only have people in there that you can trust. You don't have any infiltrators or anybody like that. Definitely vet your members, and I would recommend using encryption as well. It may not be 100% effective, but regardless, it's a good way to, I guess, try to keep your communications private.
We've discussed encryption, and I suggested something to you, and you thought it was a good idea. And that's what I call dual encryption, where you encrypt something offline by hand. Type it into, say, PGP. And it's garbage when it goes into PGP. So if they do have a backdoor or access your code or anything and do read it, when they decrypt it, they're going to get garbage, and they're not going to know what to do with it because they're so technically oriented they can't think of doing something by hand. But then the recipient of that message would know exactly what to do with it on the other end. But again, as we discussed in that conversation, don't use it unless you absolutely have to, because if you use it enough, they will, just like the British did with Enigma, find out what your code is. And
that's a good point. And I guess the last thing you can do is practice security culture. We've discussed it in passing, and we'll have a full broadcast on that here in the next couple of months, actually, probably in January or February. But Yeah, security culture is one of the best ways. Stay tuned. Make sure, I guess, if you want more information on it now, you can go do your own homework. It's in the profiling archive under the tab that says solutions. So definitely go check that out if you're interested in security culture or just keeping yourself for the people that you love and care about, to your fellow the people that you work with to restore freedom. That's a good place to start. So let's move forward here, Gary. There's one other question. You mentioned committees of safety kind of in passing. Would committees of safety be extremely useful or useful at all for these political prisoners?
No, I think the best example, there's an article, The End of the Revolution, Beginning of Independence. In Worcester, Massachusetts, in 1774, declared independence from the British government. This is a year before the war started. Declared independence from the British government, established their own court, handling only criminal matters, no civil matters. They disbanded the militia, and then they re-enrolled the militia, not allowing any Tories in. That was a committee of safety that did this. And so they became an effective parallel government within Worcester, Massachusetts. Committees of safety, the militia element in most declarations of rights or Bill of Rights in the state's constitution, or many of them, I should say that the military authority is subordinate to the civil authority. So that means if you have a militia properly and want to call it a militia, it has to be subordinate to the civil authority. So is that the governor of the state, or if you have a committee of safety, that becomes the civil authority. The role that they can play, and now these people I were talking about, what we're working about getting together, is a two-pronged approach to it, and one is to go around the country. There's going to be a road trip by a couple people talking about both committees of safety to the Tea Party type people and the other people interested in committees of safety, as well as talking with the militia and talking about the need to coordinate with adjacent militias. You know, this on the internet, everybody wants to network across the country. If shit hits the fan, who cares what's happening in Georgia if I'm in California? But I might care what's happening in the adjacent counties. So this national stuff, we ain't going to have George Washington come in on a white horse and lead us to Washington and change things.
Yeah, that's true.
So we've got to get organized in a personal relationship with the people we're going to work with. And then you mentioned vetting for that organization. We have a form, and I'd be glad if you want one to provide you a copy. Basically, it's like an application for employment, except we're not using Social Security numbers. What's your military service, MOS, jobs you've held, education you've gotten, all that. And so it's a foundation to check against if you want to vet somebody. And if I wanted to rent an apartment, buy a house, get the utilities turned on, I'd probably have to answer more questions than are on this application.
Yeah.
So when people say, well, you're invading my privacy, well, that's fine. If you don't trust us, then we don't trust you. Stay out. Don't even ask to come in here, because you'll give it to anybody else because they're providing a place for you to live or electricity for your computer or things like that.
Yeah. Okay. Good answer.
So,
yeah. I agree.
Vetting is important. In all these instances, we've got somebody playing, not Kim Davis, but the other three. We've got an informant at least, and an agent at least in Wolf's case, a government agent.
Yep, indeed. So, I guess just final thoughts, and we'll kind of get this wrapped up. Gary, go ahead.
We have what was once the greatest nation in the world. Probably it's the American dream occurred from the end of World War II until the civil rights movement of the 60s. That civil rights movement began moving us on this road that we've been talking about with queer marriages and things like that, where the Founding Fathers looked at natural rights. These people are looking at civil rights, and if you look at any civil right, if I give to you, I've got to take from somebody else.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's exactly what's happening. So if we want to make this country great again, we've got to get back to the protection of natural rights and the abandonment of the whole concept that the government should be involved in civil rights. That's a matter between people. That's a matter between employees and employers. That's a matter between business owners and customers. When I was a kid, I used to, in learning how to read, I'd go in a restaurant, there's a big sign, "We reserve the right to refuse service to anyone for any reason." That's the right of the business owner, and the government's tried to take that right away from him. We need to get back out of the civil rights realm, back to the natural rights realm, where we get to make our own decisions in life. And then we're, like I say, we're approaching anarchy at that point. We've got the government out of the picture.
Indeed. Okay, well, Gary, I definitely want to thank you for coming on. I know it's coming up on about 3 hours now, so I definitely appreciate you offering us a few hours of your time. It was a great broadcast, very informative, and I would think the listeners would also agree with that. So why don't you plug your website once more before we let you go?
Okay, the website is outpostoffreedom.com. That's outpost, OUTPOST dash or minus sign of dash freedom.com. And the blog where all my current articles are is /blog blog.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
The origin of symbolism. Carlyle said, "It is through symbols that man can consciously or unconsciously live, move, and has his being." Those ages, moreover, are accounted the noblest, which can best recognize symbolic worth and prize it at its highest. You just listened to an opening number called "The Circle of Life." And if you listened to the lyrics, and if you have studied the other symbolism being presented to the American public, especially within the last few years, and escalating exponentially as time goes by, you will recognize much of what you have been seeing and hearing and watching and what has been being inculcated into your subconscious in this text. With the 48 constellations, that's right, constellations. I'm not talking some weird astrology stuff. This is out of the mouths of the occult masters of those who are making a bid for the world. They are at the point in time that they have been striving for throughout history, where finally, if no one foils their efforts, the pearl of great price is within their reach. All of their machinations have been brought to fruition.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you'll add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu life. Or to download this publication for free, visit vonupodcast.com/VL. "2048", the second volume in the Brushfire thriller series, takes place in the not-so-distant future. In the second half of the 21st century, the War of Ideas took place. The creation of second realms and individualist decentralized freedom cells spread across geographical regions, and the practical ideas of liberty, voluntary interaction, and peace took hold. The Free Society in 2048 is loosely based on Samuel E. Konkin III's Phases of Agorism, in which the destruction of the state would be realistically accomplished through the establishment of pockets of free individuals, black and gray markets, and the spreading of the ideas of freedom and liberty, until the demand for an overarching state was no longer perceived as essential, and individualism and voluntary interaction prevailed. The original creators of the Freedom Cells who led the world to a better place are still scattered about, living their lives, including Maxine, the late Henry Tucker's love, and the now washed-up but stubborn punk rocker Warren, still reside in the Appalachian Mountains. Maxine's nephew, Vince, and his boy Tommy, who had been band nomads ever since Tommy's mom left to pursue a materialistic quest for fortune in the never-ending rat race, went to visit Auntie Max on her homestead on Jim Mountain Road. Although Max is very happy for the visit, she has an ulterior motive. Her close friend she met during her revolutionary days, Isaac Hopper, is trapped in a geographical area previously known as New York City, now known as the State Zone. The State Zone is one of only a handful of remnant states where an overarching power-hungry government rules over its citizens with aggressive force. Together, Warren, Vince, and Tommy team up and use their knowledge, including advanced hacking techniques, low-tech ciphers, IRC encrypted chat, and cryptocurrencies to infiltrate and evade the authorities in the State Zone and bring back Isaac to freedom. But their mission, the rescue of Isaac, Auntie Max's close friend and confidant, isn't going to be easy. They're up against a powerful authoritarian Hydra state, a massive surveillance apparatus, a relentless and murderous police state, and a propaganda arm that will not stop until extremist terrorists known as the Trio, Warren, Vince, and Tommy, are brought to justice. Will the trio pull off the rescue of Max's longtime friend Isaac Hopper? Will the forces of good, free individuals, prevail against the sadist forces of evil? Find out in the second volume of the Brushfire thriller series, 2048, available exclusively via Liberty Attack Publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/2048. Again, libertyunderattack.com/2048, or snag them both in the Brushfire bundle. libertyunderattack.com/2048 bundle. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story. Find your freedom.
LUA Pub Records presents the most inspirational alternative band in the world, Richard Greaser and the Bugle, featuring the first credentialed journalist, songwriter, and producer. Is he the next Leonardo da Vinci? No, he's just a man who smokes a lot of cigarettes and has a bachelor's in journalism. With great inspirational songs like The Princess and the Podcast Listener.
I need a Prince Charming to save me from my depression. A man whose full-time job is listening to Bitcoin podcasts.
The hit track, Non-Compliant 1776.
All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking.
This one-of-a-kind album titled Now That's What I Call Defiance is filled with instant classics. This album is not available in stores, and limited digital quantities are available, so order now. Visit libertyunderattack.com/buglemusic to order today.
Liberty Under Attack Publications. Privacy-focused publishing. Are you an author looking to get your message out, but still desire to maintain your privacy from a servile society publisher, Amazon, etc.? In addition to normal publishing services, Liberty Under Attack Publications now offers privacy-focused publishing. We list the book on our Liberty Under Attack Publications account, and pay you Amazon commissions in Bitcoin or Monero. It's really that simple. Cost: $250 one-time proxy merchant fee. Note 1, when balance hits $50 US, commissions will be paid. Note 2, fees may be waived or reduced if other publishing services are required. There's no projected end to this service, and we will always make sure to fulfill our obligations and to pay you what's rightfully yours. Though, if 10 years down the road, our publishing service shuts down like Loom Panics and Paladin Press before us, it is what it is.
The newest bundle via Liberty Under Attack Publications. Over the course of the past 7+ years, the LUA Publications catalogue has greatly expanded. 4 years ago, we put together our very first self-liberation bundle, a way to pick up all the books we publish in one bundle, at a heavily discounted price. Back then, there were 17 books. Well, we finally got around to an update, and the total number of books is up to a staggering 27. The Self-Liberation Bundle is now essentially a small library of the highest quality, rarest self-liberational media, not available via anyone else. We know, as we struggled to locate much of it for our own delectation over the past decade or so. Truly some pieces of valuable libertarian history, priceless strategy guides, liberty agorist fiction, and much more. Purchasing these books individually, you'd pay well over $400. Save big, and order your self-liberation bundle today. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA Radio Network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Again, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. See you in the second realm.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA Radio Network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public service of the PAZNIA Free Press. Long live the Second Realm.